Good morning. Mr. Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this adjourned special meeting of Council for June 3rd, 2025 to order and acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Burwadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rowlands, Santos, and Wyatt.
As stated, this is an adjourned special meeting of Council, the continuation of the public hearing that commenced yesterday. Yesterday, we heard from the applicant, the public service, public representations in support of the application, and we also began hearing from those who registered in opposition to the applications. Today, we will continue to hear from those registered in opposition, and then those registered just for information. After that, we will hear from the applicant in rebuttal. Speaking time for all public representations will be limited to 5 minutes, as established by the procedure bylaw. If you have any questions of the representations or of the public service, please raise your hand and I will recognize you. I would like to remind all members of council that you must be present for the duration of the hearing. We will be breaking from 12 to 1:30 and we will ensure there are other appropriate breaks throughout the day. An updated list of registered speakers has been published with today's agenda and is available on the decision-making information system. This list is intended to be a guide so that speakers may have a better indication of when it is their turn to present, but it is subject to change depending on the amount of people that register at the hearing. Are there any questions before we begin? Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk? Mr. Clerk, please introduce the item.
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process that the hearing body will follow for today's adjourned public hearing is that Council will continue to hear from those who registered in opposition to the applications, then those who registered for information. The applicant may then return to speak in rebuttal to comments made, however, no new information is permitted at that time. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak, however, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after the public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department's website. And also please note that all public hearings are recorded and are part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item number 1 is a text amendment to the Winnipeg Zoning Bylaw number 200 of 2006 to allow as-of-right residential development of new 2-unit, 3-unit, and 4-unit dwellings under file DAZ 209 of 2025. And in accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, this is a combined hearing, and the following items will also be heard at the same time. Item number 2 is the conversion of the Dawson Trail Precinct J plan to secondary plan bylaw under file SP2 of 2005. Item number 3 is the conversion of the North Point Village Precinct F plan, secondary plan under file SP3 of 2025. Item 4 is the conversion of the Waterford Green Precinct C plan to secondary plan bylaw under file SP of 2025. And item 5 is a secondary plan amendment to Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0 and 21 additional secondary plans under file SPA3 of 2025. Please note that all submissions received have been distributed to members of the hearing body. And as noted by the Speaker, if any member of the hearing body has any questions, please raise your hand and the Speaker will place you on the list.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. With that, Madam Clerk, please call our next presenter.
So our first registered speaker in opposition today is Pam Lusankiu, joining us via Zoom. Pam, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, you have 5 minutes.
Pam, if you could unmute yourself first.
Okay, I have a PowerPoint, so I'd like to know
the clock,
a bit.
Please. Holly. Okay, thank you, Pam.
So I'll just click on it. I hope it shows. How do I share my screen?
I'm not sure of your setup, Pam. You're trying to share your screen, you said?
I would like to share my screen. Is it on the bottom of the, just a minute here. Okay, is it sharing?
No, not yet.
Okay, could you give me some guidance?
Okay, we do see you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not sure of your setup,
Oh.
so I don't know where that would be on your screen. We can
Okay.
come back to you in a few minutes if you want to figure that out. We can
Okay, because I have my, I can see my presentation, but,
Pam, a copy of
Okay.
your presentation has been submitted to the hearing body, so if it hasn't changed, they do have a copy of it.
it has changed.
Okay.
Okay, come back to me.
Okay, we'll come back to you momentarily.
Okay, our next registered speaker is Ken Rebizant, joining us in person. Ken, if you just want to come down to the podium. Yep, you can come down to the podium.
Following this, we'll hear from two virtual presenters.
Okay.
Yes, and we'll go back to this delegation. Pam, Madam Clerk, when you, maybe she'll connect with you offline. Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mayor Gillingham and City Council. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to provide my views on the proposed zoning of much of the City of Winnipeg and what is called the Right to Develop Policy bylaw. First and foremost, I do want to state that I unequivocally am opposed to the change. And over the past several weeks, I've spoken to more than 50 residents of Winnipeg about the proposal, and I've yet to meet anyone in favor of it except yesterday. And those are the people that were speaking in favor of it. Many of the people that I talked to before had no knowledge of the proposed changes, unfortunately, until I informed them. Others had heard about it, but mistakenly believed that it would only impact a different part of the city, not their own. And across the board, people were deeply upset once they learned about the details and realized the potential consequences for their homes and neighborhoods. They were also frustrated by the lack of adequate consultation with fewer than 10 open houses, and I believe that there were probably 5 or 6, and most were held at times that were inconvenient for working people. Most also felt, and these are the people that I talked to, that a change of this magnitude that affects the development zoning of most of the city should be decided by a special plebiscite or during the next civic election. I'm speaking today not only for myself, but for approximately 30 homeowners, friends, family members, and close neighbors who share these concerns that I'll bring forward today. Their voices must be heard as this issue affects entire communities, not just individuals. Some of the key significant negative impacts with this rezoning, and I'll just bring up 4, but there are others which are also have been brought up by other people, but unfortunately because of time restraints, I'll just stick to the 4 important ones. And first and foremost, a permanent reduction in home values. 2 real estate agents that I've talked to have confirmed that affected homes will suffer permanent loss in value, and the That was for homes adjacent to some of the developments right next to it, 20 to 30% decrease in neighboring properties, and at least a 5% decrease in home values farther away, as far away as 4 doors down from the immediate development. There's also loss of value for homes across the street, as well as across the back lane. This financial loss is unacceptable for homeowners whose largest investment is in their properties. A second important issue is also increased strain on parking. The rezoning requires, as I read it, only 1 parking stall per unit, despite the reality that most households have somewhere between 1.5 and 2 vehicles. I actually looked last night, and the average Winnipeg person, or I think it was Manitoban, owns 1.5 vehicles. That also includes people within old folks' homes. So the average family is probably above 1.5 vehicles per household. A 4-unit development would introduce, therefore, an additional 4 vehicles competing for street parking, creating significant congestion in many neighborhoods.
Thank you, Ken.
Pardon?
That concludes your presentation time. Did you need additional time?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you'd have to make that request to council.
How much time do you need? 1 minute?
I'll need 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Pardon?
Okay.
That would be fine.
Okay. Councillor Wyatt moves extension for 2 minutes. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Councillor Lukes? Well, I'm not sure of the vote there. Okay. All in favor of a 2-minute extension, please rise. Okay. Okay.
Councillors Lukes, Orlico, Rollins, Wyatt.
Aye.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Gilroy, Mays, Santos.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 5, nays 10.
Thank you. Ken? Yes.
Councillor can ask questions after the delegation. Really, the 5 minutes is the presentation.
Thank you,
After
Councillor
that-
Lard. Councillors can also ask for extensions of time.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm aware of that,
Okay,
but
we
I
are
want
going to
to-
get into questions.
That was my audience, was more for the people that may be watching.
Okay.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
No, this is not the... Okay, we are going
Was
to
it
get...
actually 5 minutes?
We're going to get, yes, we're going to get into questions, though, Ken.
Yeah.
I do see some hands up. Councillor Duncan?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just a quick question.
Sure.
Can you provide me with a specific example of a decrease in property value, and not a perceived decrease, but actually regarding their assessment, when an assessment decreased in value due to infill?
Those I don't have, but
So it's just what you're saying today, sir, would be that it's
it was a couple of
perceived-
real estate agents that said, and they have had experience with selling.
I don't need your feedback. Thank you.
Okay, the questions will come through the chair.
Thank
and
you.
the response.
And Madam Chair, if
Yes.
I could just ask that the other councillors not badger me while I'm asking questions, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
I think he was trying to listen to the response.
Thank you.
I don't know the process here. You'll have to
Okay,
enlighten
the
me.
question, Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Do you have a specific example of a decreased value in a property assessment where infill took place?
Thank
No,
you.
I don't have a specific, but I do have an example where adjacent homeowners were not pleased with the development. But I
Thank you
do
very
not
much.
have a specific example.
Thank you, sir.
No. My example that I said, with the 20 to 30% decrease in property value where beliefs by real estate agents, 2 of them, that said definitely adjacent properties will decrease in value, and that value, that decrease will be permanent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Chair. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, sir.
Ken Rebizon. Ken Rebizon, for the record.
All right, Ken, thanks for coming. How long have you lived in Winnipeg?
I've lived in Winnipeg for 35 years or more.
Okay. And have you ever spoken in the council chamber before? Have you ever spoken?
Never. Nope.
Never. This is your first time.
Yes?
Well, thank you for coming. I'm sorry we didn't give you the extra 2 minutes in light of your long tenure in our city, paying taxes, and first time here. So I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. First of all, are you aware that your realtors may be correct in the event that, let's say, we as a municipality drop the ball and we allow for development of a fourplex beside you, let's say, that does not have proper elevations? Elevations are the look of the front of the house, the size of the house, the back. Or if, let's say, we don't require proper setbacks, either to the front street or to the side yards, that in the event that occurs, are you aware that, yes, your realtors might be quite correct, that it could have an impact on property value? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of, yes, some of the, not restrictions, but some of the requirements of developers. But in spite of those, there still will be decreases in property value. And I think that this is the one thing that if you will, upsets me most, in the sense that people within those neighborhoods bought their homes under existing rules. And then all of a sudden, midway through, those rules are going to be changed. And those rules could, in fact, significantly decrease their property value permanently, and I don't think that that's right. And that's one of the reasons why, if I may, and
Yes.
I've been through all of yesterday's hearings, and I heard the opportunity and the also questions that were asked to the people the developers, and they were given, in my opinion, quite a bit of latitude to respond to questions. And I would like to have the same bit of latitude myself.
Okay.
So anyway, that's the thing that and sure, the probability of it happening to an individual homeowner is probably not very great, but the consequences are huge. Therefore, so risk is 2 equations. One is consequence, and one is the risk, and the other is consequences. So there are going to be huge impacts to individuals. Who they are, we don't really know.
Councillor Wyatt, your question through the chair?
Through the chair. And can I mean no disrespect by challenging your assumptions? I have a great amount of respect for you, the very fact you came here today. So I would say this, are you aware, and I have to put it in the form of a question, I can't say.
Sure.
So are you aware that we as a city have not, other than when we did Malls and Quarters last year, we as a city have never done a blanket rezoning in recent memory that I know of, or in the decades past, and therefore that this is a completely different scenario potentially than what your realtors are familiar with, which is where you've got spot zonings happening, that this will happen across the board. You're aware that this is a completely different scenario?
I'm aware that this is completely
Okay,
different.
and are you
Yes.
aware that the only thing that we could really compare this to is where, possibly compare it to, is where we as a city have done mass rezonings in certain areas like Waverly West and others to allow for
Yeah.
subdivisions
Yeah,
on the assumption that if we flooded the city market with rezoned land, that prices for lots and home ownership would stabilize, that supply would meet demand.
Right.
But are you aware the opposite occurred? That in the last 20 years, it created a feeding frenzy, not only in this city, but in every city in the country, causing values to rise exponentially beyond the rate of inflation. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the increase in value of properties across.
And
Yes,
so if
I
we
am.
take that, are you aware if we take that assumption, we apply it to this, which I think is fair to do, that the opposite will occur, that indeed, that there'll be speculation in terms of land values, and that land values will go up exponentially, making it even harder for young couples and young people to buy their starter home in a lot of the very neighborhoods we're targeting. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. Yeah,
Okay.
and yes.
All
Yep.
right. And are you also aware that over 2 years ago, the largest developer in the city, which basically has the control of what's called the Urban Development Institute, UDI, set up a subcommittee for infill and is seriously looking at the availability now of land across the city when this passes? Are you aware of that? That large developer in the city is prepared to do that?
No, I'm not aware of that, and probably not many of the city, the citizens of the city. And if they were, they would not be happy.
Well, and are you aware that that in and of itself, whether it's true or not, right? The fact that there is a committee that's been set up by the main industry agency, their own group,
Yep.
and the interest they're being expressed, we heard one of their representatives speak in delegation yesterday, and I questioned him, that in and of itself is an indication that we could see land values going up dramatically, making it harder for people to actually get into the home ownership business than not. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of it now, yes.
Yes. And are you aware that a lot of these
Councillor Wyatt, I'd like you to sit down in between your questions.
Oh,
so
I'm
I
sorry.
can
I'm asking
do
quick
my
questions,
part.
but I will do that.
Your last question,
I will.
and then I'm
It'll be good
going to
exercise for me,
someone
Madam Chair.
else.
Yes. Are you aware that most of the fourplexes we see going up in the city, that by and large are not ownership occupied? That the majority are being built by investors who want to have income through rental properties, and that the chance of having a single-family home replaced by 4 homes that one could buy each as a townhouse is relatively low based on where the market is today. Are you aware of that? I have to sit down.
I'm aware of some of it, and thank you very much for adding to my knowledge of it. I wish the citizens of Winnipeg would also understand those complexities on this issue.
And are you aware that in 2014, the average age for somebody to come into the market and buy a house was 36 in 2014. And in 2024, that increased to 40. So in other words, are you aware that the average person who can now afford to buy a house in this country is basically 40 years old before they can actually start putting equity and finding what we used to call the Canadian dream? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that it's definitely older, yes, but I didn't know that it was 40 years old. And that's a sad scenario.
Yes, and are you
Councillor
aware
Wyatt,
that...
I can come back to you.
Okay, I have one last
Last
question.
question.
One last question. And are you aware that we have some of the lowest densities per capita of any Western democracy, and that we have single-handedly, working with the industry, the same federal Liberals are working with now, the home building industry out there across this country, have driven up the price of land to make it unaffordable for average people to buy a piece of grass to raise their families on? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of some of that, and unfortunately, that's the case, yes.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Chambers, followed by Councillor Dobson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise this morning and through you to the delegation. You've mentioned the potential for reduced property value, correct?
Well, you'll have to speak into the mic. I can't hear you.
You mentioned the potential for reduced property value through the
Yes.
work that we're trying to do
Yep.
here today. You've likely heard of bidding wars on existing housing stock?
Next to a four-unit development?
No, you've heard currently that there are bidding wars when people go to sell their properties, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you've mentioned supply and
But
demand.
just a point of clarification, is that next to, let's talk apples and apples,
Yeah,
not orange?
currently, you're not asking questions. I'm asking questions here through the chair to you. You've mentioned supply and demand this morning in terms of your presentation.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You've mentioned supply and demand with respect to your presentation this morning.
I don't think I did, no.
You talked about supply and demand in our housing stock.
Yeah, what I did say was a decrease in value of properties next to developments and multi-unit developments. That's one of the main points.
Okay.
I
so-
did not mention supply and demand.
Okay.
Anywhere.
So-
You can have a
Next
look, hang on.
So
Let me
through
finish.
through the
I
chair
said-
to you,
Yeah,
through the
Councillor-
chair.
put words in
Councillor
my mouth.
Chambers, he's just, let's let the delegate respond. And let's take a pause after one speaking so we can actually digest what's being said. Ken, respond, please. You were trying to finish?
I was trying to finish, and I was trying to say that nowhere in my talk did I say anything about supply and demand. So my point is, do not put words in my mouth. I did not say that.
Okay.
Rephrase your question, please.
In the work we're doing here today, we're talking about supply and demand, and the fact that the addition of the housing stock will, in fact, reduce the amount of bidding wars based on the fact that there is ample supply. Yes, there is concern about reduced property values, but I would contend that it's more based on the fact that the bidding wars would not be as common because the supply would be there. So the work that we're doing here today
Question
is,
for the delegation.
are you aware that the work that we're doing here today will increase the amount of housing here in our city, which will, again, if we're looking at transitional housing, the availability of multifamily housing, the availability of single-family housing, the availability of duplexes and triplexes and quads, all help in terms of supply and demand here in our city that make it affordable for other people to live here in our city as well.
My main point is, do exactly that in new developments, but leave existing neighborhoods alone where adjacent individuals, homeowners to multi-level developments are going to lose value in their home, and a significant amount of value, 20 to 30%. And you try and explain that to those homeowners.
So, last question, Madam Speaker, through you to the delegation. In terms of property values, what would lead to more of a property devaluation? An infill home or a home that is in disrepair and boarded up?
Thank you, Ken.
My response is probably both. Will have a significant impact on adjacent homes, and that's unfortunate. So my suggestion is the solution in derelict homes is not to put up an infill, a multi-level infill in existing neighborhoods. My suggestion is for a solution is to put up a single dwelling home, not a multi-level dwelling. That's my solution. So in response to your question, both will have significant decreased effects on adjacent homeowners.
Thank you. Final question.
The real estate agent that was here yesterday, Mr. Lopez, talked about going to the bank on an existing home to get a loan to repair or build a new home on that site, and that banks are reluctant to provide funding or financing for homes unless the owner of the home can justify that, you know, again, the funds that are needed would be sufficient to cover off the building of that new home. You heard that response from that realtor yesterday, correct?
Well, that's a realtor's understanding. Now, I would suggest.
Go ahead.
Can I respond?
Yes.
I would suggest that quite the opposite might be true. That's only for a very small section of the city, very small. The majority of the city, that is not true. Now, if you want to rezone the city and make certain areas apply, then that's fine, but leave existing neighborhoods alone. And I think that that's what most of the people here are objecting to. Like, develop all you want in new developments. Make them as dense as you want. That way, homeowners have the knowledge forehand before they go into it that it's going to be a dense property development, not in existing neighborhoods where we as homeowners have bought homes under existing rules. And then all of a sudden, those rules are going to be changed on us. I don't think that that's right and or fair.
Okay, thank you, Ken. You've answered that. Councillor Dobson, followed by Councillor Lukes.
Thank you very much for pointing out that a major investment for most people that live in their homes, this is actually their retirement fund, and anything that can even have a chance of reducing the value is very, very concerning. My own personal view, regardless of what real estate agents say, that if there's a great big tower right beside me, I will not buy that house because I have no son. It will be blocking everything, and it's basically living beside a wall. That will not be a priority for me to be buying a house. So to me, that would reduce the value of that particular house.
Definitely.
My question for you is the heights or the elevations of the buildings beside. That is your major concern?
Say
The
that again.
height of the building next door, that's your major concern. So
Well, I
if we
think
had
it's
a
bo-
lower one.
I think it's both height as well as just having the percentage of the lot all of a sudden be like a small apartment. Let's not kid ourselves. A four-unit complex on an existing lot within the city is an apartment. And to name it anything else is wrong. It's false it's misleading to the citizens of Winnipeg.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Orlico.
Welcome to City Hall, Ken.
Thanks, Janet.
Welcome to City Hall. Did you know that I represent the southwest quadrant of the city of Winnipeg? It's one of the fastest growing areas in the city of Winnipeg.
Yes, I do know that.
Okay. And it's growing, it grew out about 10 years faster than anticipated because of the favorable provincial and federal immigration policies.
Yep.
And did you know that Brady Landfill is across the road from the perimeter where $1 million homes are being built? I have seen that, and did you know that I worked hard on rooming houses and illegal rooming houses that were dilapidated in neighborhoods, and residents were concerned about their property values because they were living beside these illegal rooming houses. So my point is, I guess, Ken, is our world is changing, our city is growing through immigration, and what we don't like, other people embrace. So when it comes to the value of a house, I have seen this. And you know me, you know me.
Of course I do. I know you well, Janet.
You know me well, so I'm not lying when I say this. It has been mind-blowing to see prices of homes beside illegal rooming houses because the location was desirable, prices of homes across the street from Brady Landfill. We are living in a different world, and people look and embrace smaller houses. They don't want big yards. They don't even want a yard. I feel strongly about creating more housing for people who are moving to Winnipeg, because that's how we're going to grow. Few of us are making babies, a lot of babies, but not many of us. We need immigration, right? And I'm just wondering, you know, your real estate agent
Yep.
says one thing. Did you know, I have real estate agents telling people that are buying houses in southwest Winnipeg that Brady Landfill is moving. Well, the only way it's moving is bigger. So, it's true. So, I don't put a lot of faith in real estate agents and what they say sometimes.
Well, hang on. I'll respond to that, Janice, and that is, how would you like it if all of a sudden, next door to you, a developer bought the lot and the
Ken?
house, tore it down, and then all of a sudden built a 4-unit complex. Would you think that the value of your home stayed the same, increased, or decreased? No, tell me honestly.
I will tell you honestly, I know that if I were to sell my house, I would get the same or more value. I do believe that. I really do believe that, because I've seen it, Ken. I've seen it. And I'd love
You'll have
to
to
talk
show
to
me
you after
examples,
this.
Janet.
We'll talk, we'll talk.
No. And I also, if I can add, Janet's a very, very fine person. I don't know if it's appropriate, but very fine.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. We have more questions from other fine folks. Councillor Orlikow, followed by Councillor Mays.
Well, I don't have to get up, right? Do you want me? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Can we, one quick question.
Speaking of the mic, I'm sorry.
No problem. I'm just gotta get over there.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry to have some rib issues. Quick question, besides all the other verbiage that you had to endure. You said you had 4 points.
Say that again?
You said you had 4 points.
4 points,
Value
yes.
of property, parking.
Yep.
Quickly,
Strain on parking, strain on and overburden on infrastructure, including sewer, water, hydro, and traffic networks. The big thing about sewer and water is that in many of the identified areas for rezoning, those are the ones with the combined sewer and water. So not only are we going to have increased sewage, raw sewage discharge into our beloved waterways, the Red River, the Assiniboine, if we have increased dense development within those communities that have the combined sewer system, the combined sewer and stormwater drain.
And I'm not going to go into the did you know. I'm just going to ask you the questions. That's actually won't be that accurate, and later on we'll say why that isn't. But with the water retention they have to put on site. But again, don't worry about that. It's one of your opinion. And what's your 4th point?
Well, my 4th point was harming the characteristics of neighborhoods, and that people, like homeowners, carefully choose where they're going to buy a home. And it's by the social fabric, it's also by the physical environment. And by having a right to develop, rezoning within all of city, much of these neighborhoods you're going to destroy and impact, not destroy, but impact significantly, not for the better of it. And I truly believe that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Mays.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down today. What part of the city do you live in?
I live in Glen Elm, which is just on Glenwood Cross.
Yes, the other Glenwood. Well, I'm aware of Councillor Luke's experiences in new areas, and I represent some new areas, and people aren't here to object because they know what they're getting into when they move into an area, because if there's a townhouse development in Sage Creek planned, well, you know what you're getting. But here's been my experience as a councillor, and are you aware, there's an old area in my ward called Glenwood. I think the property values probably increased due to bidding wars because people would sell their homes and they'd be torn down and new buildings would go in. So maybe property values went up, but quality of living certainly went down. And I've gotten over 1,000 complaints. The planners haven't gotten them. The people who spoke yesterday haven't gotten them, but I got them. And you could say people complain, but we didn't say that around the people in rooming houses. We didn't say that when people complained about condo noise and short-term rentals. So there is a cost if you do this without any sort of regulation. We don't know if there's going to be 5 of them on one block or 1 of them on one block. That's part of the challenge here. So are you aware of the decline of the quality of life? I actually think the property values probably went up, but all it did was create a bidding war and people started selling and people started realizing I better sell before the guy behind me sells, because then and I better sell before the guy next to me sells, So I'm not sure property values went down, but any comments on that?
Yeah, that's one of my main points, the significant decline in quality of life and also the community atmosphere of things. In many of our neighborhoods, it's going to go down. And that's unfortunate.
Second question, I think my final question. We don't at present have any sort of mechanism to say, well, there's going to be one on Parkville Bay and one on Crofton and one on Cabot. We're going to spread it around. It's just going to be let the market decide. In fact, somewhat even more randomly, it's going to be let the market and the existing sewage capacity decide. And if you're lucky, your street won't have enough sewage capacity, and therefore life will just continue on as it was. So there's a number of inequities here. And so my question, though, is you talked a bit about, well, the property values. I think we already covered that. But in terms of quality of life, are you aware we're not able, we don't have a plan to regulate the distribution of these? It could all be in my neighborhood. None of it could be in my neighborhood. Are you aware of that?
Well, I'm aware of it somewhat, yes, but I'm also aware that, and very conscious about the, established communities where neighbors know each other, and then all of a sudden, if you start putting developments within those communities that are not consistent with the existing community, you're going to disrupt those communities, and that's very unfortunate. I also would add to that response is that if I'm out to lunch, very good, but then let's put it to a plebiscite. Let's ask the people of Winnipeg what they believe, and I strongly feel that a significant rezoning of all of the city that could affect individuals, put it to a plebiscite, unless you're afraid of doing it. I suggest that there would not be a significant support for it. And it would not be approved in a plebiscite. But do it. Prove me wrong, please.
Well, I guess fine. Are you aware that nobody actually ran on this idea of the fourplexes? None of the people here. It wasn't in our original half application, but it's a federal requirement, and we've got to have bylaws in place by June 12th. So the plebiscite option is an interesting intellectual exercise, perhaps, but no one ran on this. It's a federal requirement if we're going to get a big bag of federal money.
Right. But my response to that is that what are we doing here? Chasing federal dollars? What is it, 32 million federal dollars to disrupt our communities for that pittance amount? What is it? Is it 32? Is it 50? Is it 100?
Ken, we have other speakers, so
I know.
you're asking a question, but is there opportunity?
I suggest that let's not chase federal dollars in order to disrupt our communities. That's the wrong thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, thanks, Ken. Ken, are you aware that there are large swaths of the city that are being excluded from this process?
Some of them, yes, but I'm not very clear on the reasons why.
Neither am I. And are you aware that it just so happens, maybe it's coincidence, that the neighborhoods that are being excluded are Tuxedo, Charleswood, big swaths of Waverly West, Linden Woods, being totally excluded? Yeah, well, that's what I see on my map here. Am I wrong? Am I? Okay, well, show me. Is that the right map, ma'am?
Well, I have a question,
You got the right map.
Councillor Wyatt, do you
But
have it?
are you aware that there's huge swaths being excluded according to the map that I see here?
yes, I was, and I'm surprised and want to know why such places like Tuxedo are excluded from it. Is it because they are a different class of citizen, or why? What are the reasons?
Councillor from Transcona could provide accurate information to our delegates, that'd be helpful. Almost all of Tuxedo is included for the delegates' information. It's unproductive that the councillor
Councillor
from
Duncan, I will call
Transcona
on
would
you in a
continue to
moment.
bait other councillors into reacting on who is
I
and
will
is
call
not
on you in a
included
moment.
in.
Thank you. Have a seat. Thank you.
I stand corrected, Madam Speaker. The other speaker is correct. Thank you. But are you aware, sir, that the reality is the market will dictate which prices of lots are going to be the most affordable to buy? What is, do you think a lot in Tuxedo is worth more or less than a lot in Transcona?
Oh, I definitely think a lot in Tuxedo is worth more.
All right. So in other words, the market will respond to the lowest hanging fruit. That's typically what happens. Are you aware of that?
Somewhat aware.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor White, I think you've asked a lot of questions. on
I
the
have,
market.
and I want to, are you aware that I'm grateful that you came here this morning and got us all woken up and going here in this council chamber? Are you aware of that? Thank you.
Okay. Ken, that concludes question period. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Come back sometime. Thank you. All right. Madam Speaker, or Madam Clerk, next.
Okay, so we're going to go back to Pam Lusanku, who's joining us via Zoom. Pam, if you can turn on your video and unmute yourself, you have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Welcome back, Pam.
Thank you.
We have 5 minutes on the clock for you.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm ready.
Yes.
So I hope this is refreshing. Green space is a refreshing topic. And we're very pleased to see the zoning bylaw amended to exclude higher density zoning for lots near the waterways and for increasing the rear setback from 10 feet to 25 feet. We recognize and support the need to implement greater density, and thank you for the hard work that has been done and the tough decisions. We expect to see the benefit of more greenery from building up. However, it is concerning that the proposed setback is significantly less than what is needed. We trust that the city retains some discretion to further increase the setback, and we respectfully urge consideration of a buffer in these sensitive areas. The waterways are Winnipeg's most significant natural asset, and we were alarmed last fall when uniform half-housing bylaws were applied to the waterways without accounting for their environmental significance. The infill guidelines are about lot coverage and minimal setbacks to encourage development. They are not sensitive. These laws are not sensitive to river corridors. Green space, and especially waterways, make our city livable and must not be an afterthought. They are Winnipeg's most significant natural asset. And this area, the graphic shows actually 4 ecosystems, so 3 on land, 1 on water. They're considered ecologically significant natural lands in many city documents. And the city has a responsibility to protect these spaces. It is a very narrow slice of land, and it's very sought after for development, and it needs protection. Winnipeg is at a disadvantage because it lacks policy for protecting green space. So it makes it challenging to protect waterways, and these documents are not even being able to be used in decision-making because they're not complete. So we have the green space plan and corridors, tree bylaw, biodiversity policy are incomplete. The climate action plan is limited to greenhouse gas emissions, 1,000 acres, no plan. And our Winnipeg is weak on policy development. And Winnipeg, compared to other cities, Winnipeg, actually 8 of Canadian cities have biodiversity laws, and we don't have the advantage of having that knowledge and making decisions about green space. A recent City of Winnipeg Climate Action and Resilience Committee poll revealed that 74% of residents are concerned about the effects of climate change on green space. So green space and climate change are inextricably linked, and Calgary and Edmonton have been working with this for a long time. Since 2017, they have a series that's about building a climate resilient city. And in 7 of those 9 documents, they actually mentioned green infrastructure as being significant. And so they are protecting theirs. This is an example of a property that was influenced by the half fund or half program. And it became clear that waterways were being treated similarly to standard city streets without consideration for their ecological value. This approach raises concerns about the city's commitment to waterway stewardship and the environmental plans currently underway. This 2.2 acre property on St. Mary's Road is an example. It is a beautiful natural space. It is used as a park. It will now become a 10-story building with a minimum amount of green space. The regulated area, I have to show this picture. The regulated area and the protected area have the same dimensions, 350 feet for rivers, 250 feet for creeks. And the protected area is considered the most ecologically valuable riparian areas had they been allowed to exist. And the protected area, or the regulated area, is actually more concerned about flooding and erosion, although they're the same area. We requested the buffer zones of 350 feet for rivers and 250 feet for creeks because they already existed and are easy to manage. They have been used since the 1950s flood. This diagram shows some homes on the river corridor. And so the protected setback must be larger due to the eroding and unstable banks of the river. Long-term protection is needed from future natural processes because climate change and
Pam,
weather.
that
Yeah.
concludes your time. If you could just take 10 seconds to wrap up, please.
Oh my gosh, I talk too slow. Okay. I will just get to the end. I do want to mention this one property, if I could. This is an example of what the bylaws allow. And the two properties on either side have lots of greenery. And the bylaws, this is what density looks like on the river corridor. It is not friendly to the river corridor. So the 25 feet is not quite enough. A setback for a retention pond is 45 feet.
Thank you,
And the
Pam.
city has a minimum
Pam?
setback of 19.
Pam, thank you for that. We are going to take questions now
Okay,
for you,
thank
if
you.
there's any. Any questions for our delegate? Councillor Orlico.
Hi, Pam.
Hi.
So you mentioned the floodplain. In your calculation of whatever it was, like 200 feet, I think it was, you said? Does that, so that's include the floodplain, including the floodplain that exists already? Is that right?
Yes, it's to the river's edge,
So,
the 250 feet.
so do you know if that, and I'll be asking the administration because I'm not too sure right now, but maybe you do. Is a 25-foot setback from the river or from the property line?
It's from the property line. And I guess, and one thing is like the river is so, like a property, two properties can be side by side. And because of the curve of the river, one property can have a lot of land, one property can have very little. So, and then every piece of land is a little bit different. Like some go right to the river, some don't. I think most do. A lot of them do. The city is not really issuing land dedication along the rivers very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Pam. Just a quick question for you. I asked the public service if there were any creeks that were not identified in
Yes.
the report. Do you have any other creeks that are not identified in the report?
There were two other very tiny creeks, but they weren't really considered under the Waterways Act. They're just noted as existing. So the four creeks are Truro, Almond, Sturgeon, and Buns. And there was another one called Beaver Dam or something, and a second one, but they are not part of, they're only mentioned in a sidebar in the bylaw. They're not part of, or the regulation.
Thanks, Pam. And just for clarification, is that something that you would be advocating to add to this?
I certainly would. And actually, I would even add retention ponds because even retention ponds are important to the ecology. Fish live in there, birds live in there. So yes, all of our waterways need to be protected.
Thank you.
And have a different standard than a regular street for setbacks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Okay, Pam, we have no further questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, next.
Our next speaker is David John Green, joining us via Zoom.
Thank you. Welcome,
Yes,
David.
I have a PowerPoint as well, so I share.
Yes.
And Is it coming up?
Not yet.
Oh, here, sure. Is it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I am a co-chair of ours as well, along with Pam. Everybody knows, I guess, who we are, Ours Winnipeg. We think it's an essential to strike a balance between urban development and the growth and environmental stewardship to ensure a climate resilient and livable city for now and future generations. Winnipeg, as you know, is a river city where much of our natural areas and our treed canopy occurs along our waterways. The issue that we do, or that we have, is that we don't have a green space or natural corridor plan or a biodiversity policy in place to positively guide development decisions around these particular issues. It's still in prep, and we're not sure how long that's going to take. Our concerns, of course, as Pam noted, is how the current proposed higher density infill residential zoning changes could negatively impact our valued waterways and trees. There are riverbank instability issues, and some of the most ecologically important lands occur adjacent to the watercourses. Winnipeg's weakness compared to the example cities used in the city's open house materials from April to May in 2025. Edmonton and Calgary have had natural area plans for many years to guide preserving important green spaces and river corridors in the face of their development activities. And Mississauga already has significant buffer zones along the waterways or creeks, so apparently do not need to worry about developments. This is an example of Edmonton's watercourses and green corridors. This is a Google Earth shot for this area just below this green line. And as you can see, there's quite a wide extensive greenway along the North Saskatchewan River. This is a major tributary coming in the White Mud Creek. And this green dot just shows between the development on one side of this valley and the other side is roughly 1,600 feet. And then this is just between these two orange bars, the North Saskatchewan River. And again, this green dot represents a public golf course. Roughly it's 2,000 feet wide. And then that small green dot, from the river's edge to there's a public pathway going along here, we have roughly 400 feet. In Calgary's watercourses and green corridors, again, this is the South Bow shot, Google Earth shot of this area down here in the South Bow River. And this is Fish Creek tributary coming in. And I just wanted to show quite a wide green pathway. And this narrow spot here is still roughly 1,900 feet from development on one side to development on the other side. This, the Mid-Bow River upstream in Calgary, and this green dot is really just trying to show that there is still development in some areas coming quite close, or appears to come quite close to the river's edge. But here you have from the river's edge, there is a public pathway. You still have at least 125 feet of green space. This is the Mississauga infill zoning map that they have from their infill zoning bylaw. They have 78 zones in total. 38W is above 31, and I just wanted to show this major river or creek going through in this tributary. Again, very extensive greenways, anywhere from 300 to 600, or more than 600 feet. And all these green areas are open space greenlands or the Parkway Belt. Our Winnipeg's asked where we were hoping that the city would create legalized buffer zones along Winnipeg waterways that are excluded from higher density zoning. And we chose these based on the to be consistent with the city's best management practices handbook for activities in and around the city's waterways and the Winnipeg Waterway Bylaw. And Pam had indicated 350 feet on either side of the major rivers and 250 feet on either side of the creeks. We are, I think, happy to see that the exemptions that are in the bylaw do try to protect properties that are adjacent to these river areas. Other asks that the existing buffer zones maintain their current zoning and be excluded from as of right new infill housing designations. And then any zoning changes that a developer or somebody might want to do for these lots would go through the current style process that we have now, where the public at least has some opportunity for say. We also are it's not part of really the bylaw, but we're asking the city to exclude selling city-owned riverside lands. We think these should be preserved for future use, river access, parkland, and natural corridor zones. As far as trees go, the area that we still don't think is right in the proposed bylaw is the 10-foot minimum setback. We think it needs to be at least 15 feet of softscape from the hardscape or road sidewalk to building face. face for healthy growth and survival of large tree species such as Manitoba maple, American elm, or basswood. And this again is based on city guidelines, the tree planting standards and details and specifications. And in these guidelines, it suggests that large tree species need at least 35 cubic meters of soil for healthy growth and development. And the city uses a 3-foot, usually
David?
average depth. So on a 25-foot wide yard
David?
width, that's 15 to 17 feet.
David? Yes, that
Yes?
concludes the time for your
I have 2 more
presentation.
slides if that would be okay.
Yeah, that concludes the time, and we can
Okay.
go to questions. Councillor Wyatt? Excuse me, yeah, we're going to questions now, David? Councillor Wyatt
Sure,
has a
yeah.
question.
David, it's more, thanks for coming. It's an are you aware question. Are you aware that when we do land intensifications via a change in the land use, a rezoning, that typically we have a policy as a city whereby the individual company, what have you, that is rezoning the land has to give up 10% of the land towards park space. But if they, let's say it's a small piece of land, not like a big subdivision, and there really isn't, it's not practical to give up that 10% for park space, that we have the policy whereby they pay in lieu cash of the equivalent value of that 10% into a fund. That fund is called the Land Dedication Reserve, the LDR, and that money is typically then used to invest in playgrounds and parks to ensure, and trees, to ensure that we have a green and beautiful city, or try to make sure, work towards that. Are you aware of that?
Madam Speaker, to Councillor Wyatt, yes, I am aware of the Land Dedication Fund. I mean, we have some concerns with that is, yeah, money goes into that in lieu of maybe taking or saving some green space. And there may be some, some areas where it's not really practical to save some green space. But as you say, I think the money goes in and it's used for playground equipment or something. It's not really, it's not really for purchasing land. And I don't know if you're aware or not. I mean, Pam and I had met with the, I guess it was Catherine Cloepfer just before she retired, because we were wanting the city to set up a specific fund that would be for actual land purchase and the money couldn't be diverted to some other use. And it would be a fund where people could, provide donations, even provide land if they wanted to, but that land would stay as green space. And unfortunately, I think the transformative fund was maybe looked at to be used, but that wasn't really appropriate because the transformative fund is looking at selling off our public golf courses, not to set some core funding for that. So we're aware of it. It's just that some of these things don't seem to be really working for keeping green space.
Are you aware that we actually do have a fund? It's been around for decades. It's called the LOR, the Land Operating Reserve. That typically it has been used to purchase land for the purpose, for example, of widening a road or transportation issues, but that it can also be used for the purpose of assembling land for park. Are you aware of that?
Again, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Wyatt, I'm aware of it, but I'm not aware of how much land has ever been, green space has ever been purchased from that fund. I mean, we have these funds, but how effective are they at actually purchasing and keeping that green space?
Are you aware that the Land Operating Reserve is largely funded often when the city has surplus land, sells it, and then it goes into the LOR? But are you aware as well that the LOR has been used basically for the last 2 decades to raid the reserve to balance the annual operating budget? Are you aware of that?
I'm not specific, again, Madam Speaker, I'm not specifically aware of how much money goes from that into the special operating. I know that that happens, that money is diverted. And that's why when we were speaking with Catherine Cloepfer, I guess over a year ago or so, that if we were to have a fund set up, we would want the funds to be strictly used for green space and not to be able to be diverted. So that's the issue of having these funds, is that they have to be fairly tight, that the funds can't be all of a sudden transferred at the whim of council or somebody else in the administration. And so whether that can be done or not, we don't know yet.
So,
Thank you.
I have
Final
one last
question?
question, sir. Thank you again for coming and speaking. I have a lot of respect for the work that Ours Winnipeg has done over the years. I want to ask you this. Are you aware that we're doing a blanket rezoning, right, across the city? And that based on what we're doing here today and what's being proposed on paper right now before us, there's not one dime that will go into the land dedication reserve in any ward, in any of the wards, of 15 wards in the city. Even though we are intensifying the land use, right? And that in the past, that triggered funds 10% into the LDR. LDR is not being applied right now to any of this, meaning that there'll be no money, never mind, for assembling land. There'll be no money for fixing playgrounds and putting in the amenities that all these new homeowners in these neighborhoods getting more intense development will be probably expecting. Are you aware of that?
No, Madam Speaker, yes, I'm not aware of what kind of money is going to be coming from certain funds or how, the city is going to be putting money into any green space, new green space areas or not. I've checked on the Parks branch, and I see on their maps, they show, the current green spaces, and they do show what they call future green spaces. And I'm not really exactly sure what that future green space, if that's actually land the city owns right now. I'm assuming it is, but I don't know for sure. And that is a concern that we obviously have as people that are concerned about green space and the health and the livability of our city. I mean, everybody does need a residence, but we don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And let's put it this way, I wouldn't want to live in a city like Hong Kong, in the dense areas of Hong Kong, where there's nothing but high rises and pavement and, well, I guess neon signs are something for distraction for people. But I like to live in the city. As you can see behind me, that's Kildonan Park. Trees, some green space, some areas where people can go and relax, not just physically do exercise, but have mental relaxation in that. And I think that's important all across the city, and especially even in our lower income neighborhoods. People in those neighborhoods need to have that kind of ability too, to have some adequate green space where they can go and relax and have some mental decompression, or whatever you want to call it, for the health of our city. And as climate change seems to keep on coming and coming, I think we need to start looking at more and more of our tree canning, and that to help keep the streets cool, and that supposedly that helps with keeping the pavement longevity a little bit more. And so I think we'll just keep pushing on hopefully, keep pushing our message and hoping the council listens to us.
Okay. Thank you. There's no further questions. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Madam Clerk?
Our next registration is Kim Yathon, joining us via Zoom. Kim, you have 5 minutes if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Welcome, Kim.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Speaker and councillors. My name is Kim Yathan, and I'm really thankful to be participating today. I'm a resident of the Glenwood neighborhood, and I'm certainly not opposed to infill development, but I've lived through several infill construction projects over the last decade, and I also bring a unique experience as I recently built a new home on my property within the neighborhood, and I'm more familiar with the city's design and construction processes. So today I'm here to express a few concerns for the proposed bylaw amendments for as-of-right construction, which will be expanding citywide. So not just in the Glenwood area now, but our lived experience will soon become everyone's experience. The Glenwood neighborhood has seen limited success for enforcement of construction compliance, and there have been ongoing issues expressed by our residents over the past decade. With a background myself personally in design and construction, I had hoped that some of these key concerns could be addressed through the design and application for permitting process rather than be addressed prior to any construction commencing or afterwards. And although infill guidelines and adopted infill bylaws for established neighborhoods have considered many issues with development, they can't address all concerns, and they can't address things on a case-by-case basis. Impact by adjacent houses would be best addressed by directly communicating and consulting with nearest neighbors. This is not a requirement proposed by bylaw amendments, and the as-of-right development will not mandate communications proposed by bylaw amendments for nearest neighbors as part of the application and permitting process. And we are aware that consultation is required for the bylaw associated with malls and corridors, as the city has noted that they are larger projects and stakeholder groups that would be associated with the work. But I guess my question is that does the magnitude of a project impact the consideration of a vested stakeholder to be informed about a project that will directly impact their livability? A PDO may have general provisions in place for best practices of window and door positioning, placement of mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and heating services, but there still likely are going to be points of conflict, and those need to be considered and addressed. The city has stated, I was listening yesterday, that information can be made available through the permits online site if you search a resident, an address of a house under construction. But requiring nearest neighbors to individually search on a permit's website after permitting has been granted and construction has begun is insufficient and really falls short of the mark. The permit's website provides a general overview of the project, but it doesn't make available drawings, plans, or details for the project that would be of interest to a stakeholder that is directly impacted by the construction. And this should not be the sole avenue by which communication takes place for nearest neighbors. With no avenue for communication or advance notification, residents are limited to the action that they may take of how infill construction will directly impact their living environment and access to their property. The city's prior process for variance applications did require the submission of letters of support to provide evidence of written support from adjoining property owners that may have been adversely impacted by the proposed development. This was a useful tool for initiating communication between the builder or owner and the impacted neighbors. And I can say personally that I experienced this process myself for my house build for a setback variance. And the process of communicating directly to my own neighbors allowed me to provide them with a detail of what we were proposing to do, to show them the plans of our home, and to obtain direct feedback and listen to their concerns and see where we could make adjustments if needed. Why is it not possible to adopt a similar modified process? Why is contacting a counselor or logging a complaint through the city's 311 system during construction, or being forced to file post-construction bylaw violations considered a more effective process? This is really a reactive approach that will not yield long-term effectiveness. So I guess what I'm proposing to you is some consideration for the following items. Firstly, mandating communications and coordination with nearest neighbors as part of the application and permitting process, where property specifics and impacts are identified, with mitigation strategies implemented to minimize long-term negative impacts to adjacent property owners. Information about the details of construction would also be a proactive way and helpful way of communicating information to residents. Secondly, ensuring that the building plan reviews are reviewed for conformance and compliance with the National and Manitoba Building Code for mechanical and electrical installations and general systems. So these should be reviewed for maximum decibel levels so that they're not impeding and exceeding noise bylaw requirements. There should be a review of
Kim, if you could just wrap up 10, 15 seconds, please.
Sure, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I think that they could easily be items that are addressed to address the city's neighborhood livability bylaw. Just being able to communicate with residents, area residents, and nearest neighbors to help them to understand what's coming their way and how they may be impacted can be a really meaningful way of being able
Thank
to
you,
integrate.
Pam.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Mayor Gillingham, question?
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the delegate for her suggestions. Her presentation and suggestions, I guess the question would be, is her entire presentation, because she didn't quite get done, but is her entire presentation available to us? Because there were some suggestions in there as to how to improve things, and always looking for ways to improve things. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have a presentation from this delegate? Did you send your presentation in, Kim, to the city?
No, I did not send this presentation in, but I can make it available to the city.
That would be good.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would make that request because I think there were some suggestions in there. We're always, as I said, looking to try to improve things, and her first-hand experience may be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, and that can be sent to the where you registered online. There should be an email. Agreed. That would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further questions? Councillor Mays.
Yep, just one thanks for presenting, Kim. Many familiar issues there from Glenwood. I guess the one comment I would add, in addition to the mayor's comments, are when I met with the Glenwood Neighborhood Association recently, they had one memorable phrase, which was, if you don't have the staff to enforce the existing rules, the solution is not add more rules. So, I mean, I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not. There were a number of people at the meeting, but please do send in the submission. But are you aware that some of the complaint of the Glenwood is not there aren't enough rules, it's you're not enforcing the existing rules?
Yes, certainly. And I mean, I guess my focus today wasn't specifically talking about compliance where there's been some lack in place, but if there are opportunities to be able to bypass that process so it doesn't become an issue of compliance through construction, I think there can be some simple processes that can be implemented to just integrate, I guess, impacted residents into the process before construction starts, and at least give them an opportunity to feel like their voice is being heard. Maybe not all items could be fully addressed, but at least it's not going to potentially have extreme negative impacts on what their long-term living conditions are going to be as a result of the construction.
Okay. Thank you. There's no further questions, Kim, and you have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next registered speaker is...
Madam Clerk, we're going to have a short recess, a health break. I do want to reconvene at 11:15. Councillor Wyatt, everyone, 11:15. I would like everyone back. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to reconvene our special council meeting, June 3rd, 2025. We're on delegations that are speaking in opposition to this item. Madam Clerk, the next person.
That's correct. Charles Fever is our next registered participant, and Charles is joining us in person.
Okay. Welcome, Charles. We'll have 5 minutes on the clock. Following this presentation, we'll go back to virtual. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Team Winnipeg. Here representing Trees Please Winnipeg. It's an organization of neighborhood groups who've gotten together to promote the canopy, the tree canopy here in Winnipeg. And we congratulate Council on the work they've done in terms of providing a budget for the public trees. And the work that's going on now on public trees is what's needed to deal with the diseases and so on that the trees are facing. However, I'm here to talk to you about private trees, or at least trees on private land, because most of the canopy of Winnipeg is on private land. And the other key killer of trees is the building business. And that we're here to talk about building. You will recall that during the past election, we worked with you folks on the Trees Please Pledge, and the first two were about planting trees and pruning trees, and those things are going on. The third, I want to read it to you. It is protect. Require that tree protection best practices be incorporated into all construction projects to prevent damage and loss of trees. So that's the question: is are we there? And do we have that in place? And the answer is no. We understand there's a bylaw coming, but at the present time, there's no bylaws governing trees on private land. And the other matter is enforcement. How do you get existing rules even enforced? So if Winnipeg's going to go ahead and build more intensely, it needs to catch up now with other urban centers in Canada by establishing best practices to protect trees on private property, the way, looking around at what other cities have done. And that means we need a good bylaw protecting trees on private property now. If you're going to go ahead and build, now we need this. And we need collaboration with the engineering and construction industries to change attitudes to mature trees, and to promote modern urban construction practices that will ensure the sustainability of trees and the associated canopy. And why we're in opposition to the bylaw is because time is of the essence. If you let people get going, you know, with this single-minded priority of building homes, trees will be will be damaged. And an example of enforcement is the hours people mentioned this, protecting riverbank trees. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says the first and best method to stop riverbank erosion is trees and natural vegetation. Sadly, Winnipeg builders are inclined to use bulldozers and concrete. We saw this at the former Shriners site on Wellington Crescent. 20 to 25 mature trees were removed from the grounds in 2024. Then, over this spring, they received a permit from Winnipeg Waterways. All riverbank trees on the former property were felled by the developer to allow work to stabilize the bank. So it's a terrible example of a construction project knocking down natural infrastructure to do what they think is right. You have a 350 zone buffer in riparian trees to help maintain the stability of our riverbanks. But this is, despite that, these engineers chose to apply for and received the permission to knock down those trees. And that's frightening because it shows us a deep need for change. It goes right back to people who are designing this stuff, that have been educated to do it this way, and that's what you've got to turn around. And it's the same. It's going to be the same in terms of dealing with trees that are on a property where somebody wants to build a multiplex. So our message is mature trees are very valuable infrastructure. They are not replaceable. Trees make the city a better place. Cutting them down is so easily done, but it makes the city less sustainable, less attractive, and less livable. The city needs rules and practices in place now to ensure a high level of forestry management in all construction projects.
Charles, if you could wrap up, and then we'll
That's
be going
it.
to questions.
That's
We're
it.
done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Orlico?
Thanks, Charles. Thanks for your comments today. You may or may not know this question. I'm going to have to go follow up maybe with our engineers. So when we're doing riverbank stabilization projects, do we not have to dump a whole bunch of aggregate and big pieces of material there to hold it, and therefore the trees have to go bye-bye? Or is there another option to do riverbank stabilization? Because you know the one you mentioned, it was all sinking into the river pretty fast while the Shriners left. But is there an option? Like, I really don't know how you would stabilize a riverbank and retain the trees at the same time.
Yeah, of course there are other options. Yeah,
Okay.
but that's not the way our people have been trained.
Okay, I'll check into the other options. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Just a quick question, one question. You noted that in your first statement, most of the trees are on private property. Could you give me a percentage of, you know, in your opinion, of that are numbered on private property? So like 100% is all of City Winnipeg. Would you say 70-30 is the right number?
It's the majority.
Majority.
More trees are on private property than on public land.
But do you happen to know what the percentage is?
I have a number, but I don't trust it.
Well,
I trust majority.
Okay, well, what's the number that you have?
I have 90%.
Sorry,
It's on
said-
90%,
90%?
but I don't
Thank you.
trust it.
Okay. You think it's less or more?
I
When you say you don't trust it,
I think perhaps 90% is high. That's why I don't trust it.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Wyatt?
What are your thoughts in terms of the previous speaker from ours, Winnipeg, spoke about, you know, the frustration that we don't have a policy mechanism right now to assist us with funding areas. We have a target, you know, 1,000 new acres for park space preservation. We see other cities like Vienna and others where they're at a 50% level of their land mass being for park. What are your thoughts on that?
I totally support ours, and they have a better sense of of those numbers than I do. But yes, I mean, public space is critical, and particularly public space along the rivers. And I know a lot of people were very upset when the city put some lands up for sale that were surplus lands along the river, and there was a very strong feeling, don't put that up for sale, put that into parks.
I have to ask you, are you aware that, we have challenges also in the East Density, my ward? I know in Councillor Duncan's ward, Charleswood, there's large areas that we would like to intensify the land use, but at the same time, there's also large areas of forested area that really could and should be preserved and purchased for park, but we don't have that mechanism in the budget to make that happen right now. Any thoughts on what that solution are? Not just preserving trees on private property, but also, well, what's private now, I guess I'm saying, right? Any other thoughts on that?
I don't, it takes money presumably, and I don't know where that could come from. So I don't have a simple solution, but absolutely, Trees Please supports that, because particularly like those forested areas, which are actual forests with wild trees, are so much better, climatically and in terms of natural infrastructure, that they haven't been, so they're valuable in terms of providing, a water base and cleaning our air and all those things. They're so valuable that whatever way it takes, yeah.
Are you aware that even with the 10% rule on new subdivisions, that land has to be set aside for park up to 10% minimum? That, just recently, last fall, in my ward, we had a scenario where the developer in question was setting aside the land for park, but yet there was a forest on the land, and the city administration of the city wanted that forest saved. At the end of the day, we couldn't do both. Half the forest had to be gone because the developer wanted land for park, right? And it was a frustrating process, very frustrating process, because we do not have that mechanism to preserve those forested lands. Are you aware of that? That is actually happening?
Wasn't familiar with that situation.
Okay. And finally, have you spoken at all to the higher levels of government? We as a city collect 11 cents on the tax dollar. Is there a chance the province, which we were very grateful for, stepped up to save the LeMay Forest? In light of that precedent, is there been any discussion with the provincial level government to create a fund to support that type of land assembly?
I think there is a fund, there is funding through the federal government for natural infrastructure, right? That they're supportive of that. And we're not aware that there's a lot going on at the provincial, other than very clearly the wonderful thing they did at the May Forest.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Wanted to follow up. Are you part of was Trees Please part of the 2004 research of the Little Forks?
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry, was Trees Please part of the consultation of the 2004 research that was done for Little Forks, which is it was about, I'm just seeing here, about 430 hectares of national urban park?
2004? Consultation in 2004?
Not consultation, but the proposal in 2004.
No, we weren't around 2004 as an organization.
2024, my apologies, 2024.
Sorry?
In 2024.
Oh, 2024, you're talking about the Little Forks project?
Yes.
Absolutely,
Yes,
yes.
okay.
And they're very aware of, the properties along that stretch of the river where they're hoping actually to build a national park.
Yes, correct. So wouldn't that, kind of following up, add to the work that we're already doing?
Well, that would certainly add to public trees. That would help bring in a lot of money because that National Parks program is well funded. That would help bring in a lot of money into that area if that project went ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Richard Remnant, joining us via Zoom. Richard, if you want to unmute yourself, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks to City Council, Your Worship, and Madam Speaker for the opportunity to present to you. And I have a few slides, very few, and I'll see if I can bring them up. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Richard Remnant. I'm a retired fisheries biologist. I'm with Save Our Seine. Riparian areas have come up a little bit today and yesterday, but I want to talk a little more about it. So the city intends to amend Winnipeg's zoning bylaw to accommodate and facilitate infill housing development. Save Our Seine acknowledges that higher density housing in already developed areas can be beneficial, provided, among other things, such development does not compromise our city's precious riverine environments. Accordingly, Save Our Seine requests that the proposed bylaw amendment incorporates a meaningful buffer zone along all our city's rivers, creeks, and other notable waterways to protect the riverine environment. Increased housing density would not be allowed within the buffer. We are particularly concerned about protecting vegetated riparian areas. This presentation will discuss the value of riparian areas, how riparian habitat differs from upland habitat, and provide background information to support our recommendation to protect vegetated riparian buffer zones. Now I'm going to talk about what a riparian area is. I'm using well, you've already seen this figure just recently. This is actually from a City of Winnipeg document. Riparian areas are transitional. They occur between the surface water of a river, wetland, or lake and the adjacent drier upland. They can be classified as wetter than dry, but drier than wet. They typically develop vegetative communities that are lusher and different from the surrounding uplands because of better soils and water availability. Healthy riparian areas may have any combination of trees, shrubs, and grasses depending on local conditions. They buffer the impacts of uplands on the aquatic area, as well as protect uplands from erosion from the waterways. So what do healthy riparian areas do? Erosion control, trap and store sediments, build and maintain banks and shorelines, store water and energy, recharge aquifers, filter and buffer water, reduce and dissipate energy from floodwaters primarily, moderate water temperatures, provide habitat and food for resident and migratory fish and wildlife species, and maintain biodiversity. So why do we want to protect these areas? So healthy riparian areas can serve extremely important roles. In many cases in Manitoba, the riparian areas have been modified or cleared by previous land activity. Although the riparian area still exists, the natural vegetation has been removed and replaced by manicured lawns, or the undergrowth has been replaced by materials that do not serve an ecological function. Unprotected riparian areas can lead to a variety of detrimental effects over time, including the following. Loss of land through erosion. Landowners may find themselves losing a significant amount of land, sometimes with shorelines encroaching dangerously close to buildings and homes. There's a loss of soil to water bodies that contributes to nutrient loading or eutrophication. Effects to aquatic biota from the release of silt and chemicals. And increased costs. Water treatment costs are directly related to source water quality. The poorer the water quality, the higher the cost to treat it. So given that riparian areas are crucial to the health of our surface waters and they are often our only remaining natural areas in some regions, it is especially important that appropriate land use practices are used to maintain or enhance their function and value. And I have a slide here, and I just want to put this up to show that, again, this is taken from that City of Winnipeg document. This would be selected environmental legislation that would protect fish habitat and including riparian areas. So there's several sections under the Fisheries Act, and as well as the Manitoba Environment Act. And then I just want to conclude with Save Our Seine requests that the proposed bylaw amendment incorporates a meaningful buffer zone along all our city's rivers, creeks, and other notable water bodies to protect the riparian and aquatic environments. And I guess I have time for questions.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Councillor Wyatt, first question.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Are you aware, sir, that we're just getting news today that the federal government National Affordable Housing Fund, which was originally part of the National Housing Strategy and previously called the Co-Investment Fund, has just canceled or ended all of their funding. And that, for example, in Transcona or in East Winnipeg, a project that was going to be built for affordable rent geared income units has just lost its ability. It's approved $14 million loan and an $11 million contribution that basically jeopardizes 55% of the affordable housing units in the project, and as well now jeopardizes the $5 million HAF that was granted, which is why we're here today. Are you aware of that? That this is just happening now in this country?
I'm not aware of it.
Yeah. And are you aware that the Prime Minister is saying one thing and clearly doing another?
No, I'm not aware of that either.
All right, thank you.
No further questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Our next registered speaker is William Thompson, and followed by William, Catherine Russell. I don't believe they are with us today. So we'll move on to Michelle Kading, who's joining us via Zoom.
Michelle, welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair, thank you. I'm just having difficulty with my presentation here. Okay, so according to the City of Winnipeg's website, careful planning infrastructure.
Michelle,
Yeah.
are you hoping
Yeah.
to put your camera on, or would you like us to see the
Oh, sorry.
flowers you're displaying?
My camera is on. Oh, sorry. There we go.
Okay, thank you. There you are.
There I am. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay. According to the City of Winnipeg's website, careful planning, infrastructure upgrades, green infrastructure integration, and community engagement are crucial to ensure that increased density is managed and sustainably and effectively. I agree with that completely, but what is being proposed today is not that. The public hearings and council votes being removed will virtually eliminate community engagement. For years, residents have been holding the city to account, largely through public hearings. There is simply no other mechanism for true stakeholders, all residents of Winnipeg, to have a voice. Windsor, Ontario recently refused to adopt the as-of-right zoning for fourplexes. One councillor said, "I believe people who live in neighbourhoods deserve to have a say in what those neighbourhoods look like and how they develop." If Winnipeg truly values community engagement, it must provide a robust alternative to public meetings. It is not enough to simply direct people to permits online to look up specific properties. The as-of-right requirement is problematic. Winnipeg has done really well so far to meet affordable housing targets by working with nonprofit groups, Indigenous groups, and other partners on priority projects. This as-of-right requirement will do little to create affordable starter homes with a yard for kids or pets. Removing the right of citizens to have a say in how the city is developed is a drastic step that can only be justified during a crisis. Including a sunset clause based on meeting specific housing targets or a set time frame would stimulate the housing in the short term and restore democratic processes of public hearings and council votes when the federal funding ends. As we just heard, it could easily. Protection of waterways in Lake Winnipeg was not in my written submission, but I'd like to thank you for listening to the early feedback regarding properties that abut waterways. I am still very concerned that the rear yard setback is only 7.6 meters or 25 feet. The DFO's land development guidelines, Manitoba's planning regulations, and even Complete Communities 2.0 all call for a minimum setback of 30 meters or 100 feet from the high water mark. This is based on science. The rear yard setback proposed here is only 1/4 of what is actually needed to be effective. Land dedication. Increasing housing density warrants higher land dedication or payments in lieu. This is the only tool Winnipeg uses to acquire new land for parks or payments to reserve funds. Will the land dedication process be triggered under the new zoning bylaw? And if so, will those decisions come from the administration and builders without any input from either City Council or the public. Infrastructure deficits. The city has massive infrastructure deficits: roads, parks, water, and sewer. The plant that treats 70% of the city's sewage will reach full capacity in less than 5 years. It is foolhardy to increase housing density without addressing this deficit. The request for $150 million to upgrade the treatment plant is a start, but it is a tiny drop in a really huge rain barrel. Combined sewers. About 1/3 of Winnipeg has combined sewers. The federal government claims that water quality of Lake Winnipeg and clean drinking water for Indigenous communities are top priorities. So it does not make sense to potentially double, full, or quadruple wastewater outputs from properties which contribute to sewage overflows that contaminate Lake Winnipeg. Several First Nations have filed a $4.8 billion lawsuit against the city, province, and federal government following the massive sewage overflow last year. Why waste money fighting lawsuits and paying damages when it would cost a similar amount of money, an estimated $4.2 billion, to separate Winnipeg sewers by 2045? This would not only fix the underlying program, it would accommodate future growth. Winnipeg can make a strong case to exclude properties with combined sewers unless the federal government commits significant funding in the billions, not millions, to fixing Winnipeg's failing sewage infrastructure. Finally, green infrastructure and building practices. It's exciting that the city appears ready to adopt a trees bylaw, green infrastructure, and green building practices. But rather than only being part of the departmental review or development agreements, green infrastructure should be fully integrated into the zoning bylaw and regular permit process.
Michelle?
I will end on a personal note. Last year, I'm just ending. Last year, the city rejected my permit application to pilot test a permeable pavement on my driveway and approach. The only suitable approaches were concrete or expensive pavers. I'm waiting to reapply when the city administration is open to innovation.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions? Councillor Mays?
Hi, Michelle. Brian Mays here. Thanks for your work for Save Our Seine and other groups over the years. Question is very much related to what you just said. For years, Save Our Seine expressed concerns about imperviousness or loss of permeability due to the paving over of backyards in areas like Glenwood. Finally, I was at a meeting where one of the city staff mentioned it, and there was much concern suddenly expressed. So can you just talk a bit about your concerns, the concerns of some of the groups you've been with as basically we pave over entire backyards in large parts of neighborhoods, what the impact has that could have on a waterway such as the Seine River or another waterway in terms of runoff?
Sure. Impervious surfaces take away from the ability of rain to soak into the ground, where it is cleaned and filtered by the soil and vegetation before it makes its way to a river. Instead, impermeable surfaces force runoff to race into drains and carry pollutants with them directly into the rivers and Lake Winnipeg. So it not only increases the amount of flow coming off of properties, it reduces the quality of the water and contributes pollution that harmfully affects our rivers and lakes.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Rollins, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you clarify if that was a net new approach that you were permitting or an existing one that you have that you wanted to just do materials on?
My driveway and approach are a legacy from when the road wasn't paved. And so I wanted to upgrade it from a crushed limestone to a more stable material, EcoRaster, and improve the ability of the water to seep into the ground a little bit during rainfalls. So it was basically rejected out of hand because our rules about what abuts a concrete city street requires that the approaches be concrete or paving stones. The former is not permeable and the latter is too expensive. So we need innovative approaches. And I was willing to pay for the pilot testing of this, but it was still rejected.
Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Edie?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the CSO idea is a great one, but I guess it sounds like you're quite aware, but I'm wondering if the delegation here is aware of the certain CSO areas that are almost finished in terms of separating the sewers, East Jefferson East, for example, which is very large, from McPhillips down to the Red River, Carruthers north to about Kingsbury, and in St. James around Ferry Road and around in those neighborhoods, that there's almost there's great progress in CSO. Yeah, maybe we're not going to reach 250, but so you're aware that we are working at separating those sewers in most areas. And I'm also wondering if you're aware that in the early 1970s in the North End, they did some stormwater work that was charged to everybody's properties to help solve a problem because there was huge sewage flows into the river back in those years when it was really wet. So you're aware of those initiatives?
Yes, I am, very much so, and I appreciate them all. I only wish that the city would be more forthcoming in showing the residents where the combined sewers have been addressed, have been fixed, and what work are still needed. That information is not available, to my knowledge, through the city's GIS databases or any other format. They seem to play that pretty close to the chest.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate your presentation here today. I just wanted to note, because it's been said a few times, just in regards to permeable surfaces, on page 22 of the report, section 8, it does state that the minimum required permeable surface is 30% of the lot in the R1 and R2 districts for 2-family, 3-unit, or 4-unit dwellings. It also states that the minimum requirement for permeable surfaces is 30% of the lot for a 2-family dwelling in RMFS district, and 20% for 3-unit and 4-unit dwellings. Are you aware?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes question period. Thank you, Michelle, for your presentation. Okay. We have others in person here. We can hear one more delegation. Mr. Mayor, you'll move that we go past 12, just briefly?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk?
Okay, our next 6 registrations are joining us in person. So Elizabeth Fleming, you're first up.
And just if you want to read out for the record, that'll be the last delegation and who we'll hear after so they're aware. At 1:30?
Sure. So when we reconvene at 1:30, it'll be Gloria Dignazio, followed by Pierre Atala, David Zacharias, Patrick Allard, and then Ray Hignall.
Thank you. Good morning.
Elizabeth Fleming. I live in River Heights. My councillor is John Orlico. And I'm here in particular to speak to Winnipeg's mature neighborhoods, carefully planned to be livable and with a certain pleasing aesthetic that continues to this day to be a big asset to all of Winnipeg. I've watched planning matters at the City Hall for over 40 years. I remember Bill Muir, Tom York, and what they tried to do to increase infill to slow urban sprawl and continue to make the city livable and enjoyable. I was very disappointed with the federal government trespassing into municipal territory with its financial carrot, particularly the right to know, as a right part of it. I did phone my MP, Ben Carr. We had a long conversation. I made my displeasure known. Of course, it's beyond his scope, or it was beyond his scope at that time. I also asked him about Kapiong Barracks, which never comes up, but it seems to me that that one has one of the greatest potential for increasing affordable housing and housing in general. It's been decades, but we live in hope. Anything you can do there is good. I'm also still concerned about the Winnipeg Airport Authority. I asked for their comments because to me it's very, very important that we keep that 24-hour use of the airport. It's incredibly useful coming in and out of the city. It helps. I was very interested in hearing Hazel Boris's comments throughout yesterday about how a number of these recommendations or these proposed zoning bylaw changes are not very different from what we already have, which makes me wonder how much of this do we really need, particularly in the older neighborhoods. I'm thinking in mature neighborhoods over 100 years old, there are still mixes of all sorts of housing types. There are still duplexes, group homes, some apartment buildings. Keeping them the way they are, perhaps keeping the 28-foot height would be good. And also the triplexes and fourplexes on the north side. In River Heights, there are long north-south streets, and we have seen where there have been lot splits, narrow houses going in really close, right up against the south-facing windows of smaller bungalows and completely shading the gardens. I concur with Councillor Eadie's comment about making the main floor of duplexes or triplexes and fourplexes fully accessible for people in wheelchairs. That seems to me very wise. Some of my reasons, I walk around the neighborhood, I see all these different storied houses, duplexes. There are people with multiple sclerosis living in houses for decades. They seem to manage. There are young families, single people, some with all sorts of handicaps. And there is renewal. In our own block, 3 houses have recently been renovated. One by a real estate agent. Took a long time, but she got there in the end. A family has moved in. She sold it probably double what it already was. Same further down on our side. A house that had been looked after, but older. A developer came in and in no time fixed it up and sold it again for about double. Further down, there's what was a duplex on a corner, and a young family has bought that, 3 kids, and they're doing it up as they go along, but it's going to be single family. I don't have any concerns about our area in that regard because of the pricing at the moment, but I listened to Tim Comack yesterday, and it obviously depends on the price points as things come up, whether it's going to be worth their while to continue to buy up houses, either try and divide the lot and build 2 houses, or else do a mega house. It's pretty well going to be single family. But that could change as house prices balance out over time. So therefore, I think that it's really important that some protection be given to these mature houses, these mature areas. So it came up yesterday that there have been amendments in the past without querying the funding, and I'm really hoping that Council today, tomorrow, can introduce more amendments that will help.
Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Wyatt, question?
In 2019, I think it was, the House of Commons voted on the National Housing Strategy, and they said that housing is a right. Dignified, quality housing is a right of every Canadian, similar to healthcare. Since that time, we haven't seen much practical action. You could argue maybe this is part of that. However, are you aware that the one program they had, the National Housing Fund, has just run out of money? And projects across the country that had committed either loans, 50-year loans at a low interest rate, and direct funding have just lost that. So are you aware that we are being asked by the federal government to do this now here, but when it comes time to actually fund affordable housing, they seem to say one thing and then do another? Are you aware of this?
I am aware of it, and I guess our local MPs can only do so much. I don't know what we do.
Second question?
Thanks. Are you aware we have a constitution written from 1867 when 80% of the people lived in the country and 20% in the city? There were no cars, roads, and that's why they get the majority of the money still, even though 80% now live in the city and have the needs that they have. Are you aware of that? Constitution's upside down. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. We appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Council will now recess and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our special council meeting for June 3rd, 2025. We're on presentations from those in opposition of this application. Madam Clerk, the next speaker.
Okay, so our next 5 speakers are all going to be in person, so I'll read out the names, but I'll read out the next name as well so they can come down to the bench. First up, we'll hear from Gloria Dignazio, followed by Pierre Atala, and then David Zacharias.
We'll have 5 minutes on the clock for each delegation, beginning with Gloria Dignazio. Welcome. Thanks for waiting so long.
No problem. Good afternoon, salutations. My name's Gloria Dignazio. I actually worked for the city for 20 years in the building over there as a legal assistant, so this is pretty interesting being on this side of it. Yeah, so I'm just going to read out here kind of what I've prepared. I am opposed, and I'll just say I've attended a few of these meetings and open houses, starting with the first meeting last July at the Canad Inns Polo Park. Second one was in Niverville, where a huge amount of people cared enough to show up. I was also at the convention center to do with this subject matter, like an open house. I don't know if it was a couple of months ago, fairly recently. One thing that is certain that I noticed is that a majority of the people that I witnessed that have attended these meetings or open houses definitely do not want what the city is trying to push through. So I had a question, I guess I'm hoping that you're listening to us as citizens. A lot of the population that actually knows about this are against it, and I think a lot of the citizens of Winnipeg actually do not know what's going on. I know with last year, various open houses and stuff, they didn't seem to be well publicized. People just didn't know about it, and if they did, I think there'd be a lot more people speaking out and actually opposed to it. The last one that I attended was at the convention center, and it was set up, there was no actual Q&A. It was almost like you couldn't really, it's like they didn't want the people to hear what other people were saying. That was just my sense of it. And I believe that was kind of to do with what happened last July at the Canad Inns and then in Niverville, the amount of people that actually showed up. I didn't think the drawings were very good.
Gloria, I just want to pause for a minute. The Niverville meeting has nothing to do with this application, just so you know, because you've referenced it twice. Niverville was a separate application, nothing to do with here at the City of Winnipeg.
It seems to be, to me, like some sort of rebranding to do with something that I'm going to talk about next.
Okay. Well, when you speak in delegation, it's to what's in front of us, the report in front of us.
Okay, no problem. So I was just going to say, again, everybody that I've talked to at the various meetings and open houses were opposed to this. And really, when I hear about housing crisis over and over again, to me, and for the research that I've done, I feel that we actually have an immigration crisis that's causing the housing crisis. And that's really because of what's been allowed by the government the last 10 years. I feel this is very much feels like part of almost like a 15-minute city agenda coinciding with Plan 2030 in relation to...
Some things are interrelated. Let's let the delegation continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Coinciding with Plan 2030 in relation to World Economic Forum and United Nations agendas, similar to the whole bike lane agenda, which I feel, I don't know, I know where I live downtown during times of COVID, all of a sudden this big bike lane just kind of appeared, and I really didn't know anything about it, and if I did, I would have spoken up about it. I rode my bike here. I am a bicyclist, but again, it seems to be a lot to do with 15-minute city agendas. And I guess I'm not going to really go on too much. I just think on a soul level, I'm hoping each one of us, you know, when you lay your head down at night and think about what is being done for the good of humanity, I think we all know what's right and wrong. The big test, of course, will be when we're getting ready to exit off the earth plane, if we've done good for humanity or bad for humanity. I try to do the best I can, and I love the city of Winnipeg, and I just want the best for the city of Winnipeg. And I have noticed a couple of times the subject of climate change has come up, and myself and a lot of other people believe climate change has a lot to do with geoengineering. And I'm just wondering, with the mayor being here, if he could tell me who's responsible for the planes that fly over our city with causing the big X's in the sky? Not contrails, but chemtrails. Thank you.
Any questions for our delegation? Councillor Wyatt.
This way, I thank you for coming here today. And I have a friend who actually, you remind me, she's a wonderful person. She's a good friend. And we have talks about this stuff. And are you aware, well, you wouldn't be aware, but I'm going to have to ask you a question like this. Are you aware that I think a lot of people today in Canada, would you say this is a safe statement or a fair statement? A lot of people in Canada today, including here in Winnipeg, feel a real disconnect between, and we have what's called a representative democracy. We don't have a direct democracy like the ancient Greeks did 2,500 years ago, where they have a direct vote on matters. We elect representatives to represent us and represent us. So do you think there is a disconnect that has been growing between the representatives that are elected, or at least a perceived disconnect, even if it's not real, versus the people who are elected? Do you think there is that issue?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I'll take it a step further. Do you think that maybe that's creating a lot of distrust and maybe information on both sides that could be wrong? When you can't have a conversation like you have with a family or friends, when you're sitting down talking and you can have it out, you're not able to do that. The only thing we shout at each other on Facebook, right? That's our therapy. Would you not say that's a fair comment?
I mean, I just think it's important for people to know what's going on so they can express themselves, like what's happening now. So I appreciate this forum, and I appreciate that I was able to complete and say what I wanted to say.
Next question.
My last question is kind of related to this. It's about affordability and housing. Like, if you have a chance, are you aware that a lot of our policies federally and around the world, you mentioned World Economic Forum, go back to a guy named Milton Friedman in the 1970s. Basically said the free market should do everything. And we've been doing that for 50 years. And the working class and average folks have been made poor. And we now are the 5th country in the world with the most billionaires because of our tax system that is basically that philosophy. Are you aware of that? And that's related directly to the housing crisis we're facing today?
I haven't heard of that gentleman.
Well, check it out. That is follow the money.
I'll add that to my
Don't follow
research.
these conspiracies which are nonsense. I tell my friend who I love, follow the money and you'll follow the truth.
Well, it's perception and perception, what's a conspiracy theory and what's not.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gloria, for your presentation today. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Pierre Atala, followed by David Zacharias.
Pierre, welcome.
Thank you. As you mentioned, Speaker, my name is Pierre Atala. I'm with Action for Canada. That's actionforcanada.com. Action for Canada is a national organization that started in 2015 by Tanya Gaw, and we've been strongly opposing bad legislation for many years now. The organization started with just 12 people on her list and has grown to hundreds of thousands of people across the country. We have extensive information on our website about 15-minute cities, which this densification plan mirrors or mimics. And this was defeated in Clarington, Ontario, recently on April 23rd, 2025. I'd like to let that be an example for all of you councillors who are saying that this agenda has been passing across the country and we have to do it. Well, there are examples in our own country, specifically in Clarington, Ontario, where it hasn't passed. I am strongly opposed to the densification of our city. I would encourage all the councillors to seek the truth and look at the real reasons why this might be taking place. I would also like to reference the honourable member Hazel, who said who said in her comments yesterday that some of this stuff will not actually be implemented or not likely to be implemented. I see this as a psychological release of responsibility to making laws that you know are known to be bad, or suggest policies that are known to be bad with the out statement of we might probably won't use this. This is unacceptable. If you're putting it down, the intention is to use it. And we need to be awake, alert, and alive to these realities. So to continue, I also want to make note on my time frame. I don't find it respectful to be given such a short amount of time. I could go on a long time about these things, and that's why I do like to push the Action Number 4 Canada.com website, because it does have extensive information on this topic. I do agree with some of the previous opposition speakers, specifically Kim Yathan. I agree that that housing is not a right. It's something that we work hard for, and we appreciate and we take care of it. It's not just given to us. In response to the speaker yesterday about putting 5 plexes in the north end that are boarded up, if we look at the real reasons why these places are boarded up, I think the only result we could expect to see in the future with a 5-plex would be a boarded up 5-plex. So we're not addressing the real issues. Also, the intention, like the intention of these plans, is something that we need to consider. We can't just be passing laws so irresponsibly and recklessly that we just say, oh, we won't use these laws. We're just going to pass them anyway for no apparent reason. That's completely irresponsible. It's reckless, and the people deserve better. What we need to do here as councillors is listen to the people, listen to what we're saying now. I live on a street in the city, and I don't want my neighbors' houses going up 39 feet high, and I'm sure you don't either. The people that, I'll just remind you that the people you work for is not the feds. Sure, we can take some of their money. If they want to give us money, we'll take it. But we as councillors, or you as councillors, not myself, I'm not a councillor, but if I was, I would be working for the people. I'd be listening to what they have to say. So I do appreciate the opportunity to speak on that. I also agree with Michelle's comments, and I'm sort of speaking in point form here because of the time restriction. So I'll just link to those comments as well, that I agree with that. We also have to think about the provincial legislation, how it links in. Let's look at criminal legislation with ankle bracelets. When we start densifying all these people, and we also have legislation that makes ankle bracelets putting people in prison in their own space.
Pierre, that is the time.
Okay, I'll just wrap up. Let's look at Oakdale Street. Oakdale Street in Charleswood, just to wrap up here, the residents there
10 seconds.
are strongly opposed to the apartment buildings. We've got $500,000 homes on one side of the street. You take a bike ride down that street, and it's hilarious because you've got the $500,000 homes on one side of the street. You've got the apartment buildings going up quickly on the other side of the street. Nobody likes it, and it's time that we start listening to the people.
Pierre, questions now?
Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you for coming. Previous to the last speaker who spoke, I want to thank you for coming as well. And I think it's important for us to speak to these items because history can repeat itself, and I'll give you an example. But are you aware that the 15 minutes, and by the way, like have friends who have alternative theories and all that, and I have lots of sympathy for them because I believe a lot of it's driven because of economic circumstances or being marginalized, and I get that. I represent a blue-collar neighborhood. And so, you know, are you aware that the 15-minute city concept came out of the mayor of Paris who said, I want to work, live, play nearby? It's not forced. Nobody has to force to live there. That was the whole concept behind it. It's not a requirement to live in 15 minutes no matter what. Right? You're aware of that?
I never said it was a requirement to
Okay.
live in a space of 15 minutes.
Okay.
But that is the encouraging factor behind these policies and laws. And, and history is very important, I agree with you. But the fact remains that this plan that you're considering right now strongly resembles the 15-minute city concept. That's what it's working towards. Well, we need to be real about that.
But let's be very clear, the 15-minute city doesn't mean what a lot of people who say 15-minute cities mean. It basically says the idea of work, live, and play. Now, just let me ask you another question then. And that is, do you think it's a good thing to live close to services? Like if you can afford to live in an area, and that's, I think, the real issue happening in our country, where people work in a city, but they can't afford to live there. They got to commute an hour or two to get there just because they can't afford the home there. Now, ideally, though, wouldn't it be nice to be able to go 5 minutes, 10 minutes to work, pick your kid up at lunch, you know, your children at lunch? That is a healthier life than, let's say, Toronto, where the average commute time's an hour, right now, highest in the Western world. Isn't that a better, and voluntarily, nobody's being forced. Don't you think that's a better concept? Live, work, play, recreational facilities, work facilities, employment facilities, and homes.
It sounds very nice on the surface, but the reality of it, you know, you mentioned affordability. These people, they're sleeping in bus shelters. It's not going to make a difference to them. These people are still going to be homeless. And there was an apartment building in the 2000 block of Portage Avenue that was just erected in the last few years. Brand new development with the premise of affordability. Yesterday, it was mentioned that the average rent is $12.29 per month for a two-bedroom place. The rent that is on the big sign outside this new building is $18.95 a month for a one or two bedroom place. This is the high end. These buildings are not being made to be affordable, and they're not being made with the premise, which I don't believe that they want these buildings to be like these builders who spoke yesterday, we want to build like a low value building. No, they want maximum profit. Okay, so they're not being honest with us when they say we want to build a place that has, you know, low value, affordable, low cost. That's not true. They're building them on the max end, and what they're going to end up doing is drive up the average price.
And I want to thank you for that, because a lot of even the grants we're getting from this money is going to private developers who are only linked in for so many years on affordability, and then it can go to market. So I want to thank, and I think you're striking now at the heart of the issue, which is, you know, the affordability at the lower end, which is a struggle that a lot of people are having in our city. Right, and what you're seeing in the streets. And are you aware that, you know, we just leave on a note of history, maybe more a lighter note, that the French Revolution was caused by people who were hungry. The Parisians were starving, but what actually triggered it was a rumor that spread, which was false, that Marie Antoinette said, let them eat cake if they don't have bread. And that was when the pitchforks came out, based on a conspiracy theory, which wasn't true. Are you aware of that?
Well, we could debate the truthfulness of that, I guess. But yeah, but just to end off, one of the most important things, if we look for truth, I believe we should be looking to the Bible for truth, and as the ultimate source of truth. And deception is and that's how we protect ourselves from deception, because the very essence of deception is you're believing a lie to be truth.
Thank you. Mayor Gillingham?
Just one question, Madam Speaker, through you to the delegate. I've spent an hour or two reading the Bible in my life. But I guess the one question I just would like to ask is, the statement was made that related to the Oakdale property and the development there, that nobody likes what has been developed. And I just wondered if the delegate is aware that just a few weeks ago, Councillor Duncan and I were there for the grand opening of that facility, and I had the chance to speak firsthand to dozens and dozens of residents who are living there, who are thrilled to live there, because what that means is they haven't had to leave Charleswood, where they grew up in, had their home in and wanted to downsize. And in fact, they're sitting, socializing, having coffee, making new friends, and love where they live. And so early reports are that development actually, is he aware, is wildly successful and is providing housing and social enhancement for a lot of residents in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
My
Pierre?
response, through you, Speaker, to Gillingham, Mayor Gillingham, and fellow councillors. My response to that is what puts the rights of the residents of those apartment blocks over the rights of the existing residents who had houses on that street, all of which I had spoken to, not all, some of which I've spoken to, and all of the people I spoke to, I could not find anybody that liked it. None of the residents on Oakdale, the side of the non-apartments. I'm sure if we spoke to the people in the apartments, they might say that, but my response is, what puts their rights above the rights of the existing residents?
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next delegation. Madam Clerk.
Next
Thank you.
registered participant is David Zacharias, followed by Patrick Allard, and then Ray Hignall.
Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. I look at this room and I see the Honourable Mayor Scott Gillingham, members of Winnipeg City Council. I also see that each one of us would fit into 5 of these new 4-plexes. We would be close neighbors. We would know each other on a very close level, what our personal coming and goings are. Thinking what they're doing, listening through the walls, whispers. What's going on next door? What's Mr. Gillingham up to today? Can I get a catch on the early morning meeting? I don't know. Does that not sound like a wonderful plan? Is anybody ready to join me on this venture? Let's go. The 25 of us into 4-plexes. Let's go. It sounds a little different when it impacts us. And it does impact me differently. I'm David Zacharias. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a citizen of Winnipeg at a pivotal moment, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Unified Grassroots Manitoba. These are everyday Manitobans that would love to be here, but simply don't want to stand up in front of you folks or deal with the nonsense. They'd rather just go to work, do their thing, but they do have opposition. My neighborhood is unique. I'm in Crestview. I like the neighborhood. I chose it for a very specific reason. Number one being it has the only school for the deaf children. So my daughter is deaf, so naturally I gravitated towards that. That is where I am. It's comfortable. It's in my pay scale. I'm happy to be that parent who's got 2 kids growing up in the community, John Taylor Collegiate, beautiful place. I love my neighbors. I have got to know them and interact with them on a day-to-day basis. We've also seen the effects of a 4-plex on Stewart. Yes, there was a posting. Some were opposed, others in favor, so on and so forth. Ultimately, it came down to money. The land developer wanted the property, had renters, whatever agreements there are, I won't know. But they bought the surrounding neighbors as well. They paid them off, perhaps moved them into Portage, into this new high-rise. I don't know. But was that their decision? And one, I can say specifically, no, they would have liked to live out their golden years as long as they could have, right on Stewart, been happy where they're at, living in care and going on with their day-to-day. But the money does trump things. We know that. We know developers have money, and when they want something, they're going to go after it, regardless of what the sewer capacities are, because you guys will run the numbers, other people will run the numbers, and then what we have on Stratford. We have Stratford Terrace number 1, Stratford number 2, and if somebody does flush their toilet, perhaps maybe some feminine hygiene products, extra paper towels, we have a clog. And so then we have to hire somebody. It costs us a couple of $1,000s, and we get it cleaned up. Is it the city's responsibility? Who knows? We believe it should be the city, but the condo agreement is that we pay for it. So we pay for it. This adds to our utility costs ongoing time after time. And this is, you know, again, we can model and we can run a lot of the numbers as best as we can. The real world sometimes plays out differently. And I look at the federal government. 70s, they made promises of long-standing buildings. Broken promises are well in their wake, and the taxpayer is always left holding the bill. Transit, $17 million deficit. Who pays the difference? Taxpayers, Winnipeg do. We pick up the tab, we find a fund somewhere, we got to balance it, we got to keep these buses moving, got to keep this going, got to keep that going. I understand the economics and the pressures on you people to make tough decisions. But ultimately, the taxpayer pays. 5.95 is a strong number. I'd be much happier at 2 and 3% for tax increases. We can't get money on trees. Most of you with kids have figured that out. Most of us kids have figured it out. We also know that crime has gone up. My neighborhood of Westwood right now, 8.2% as per your reports last year.
30 seconds.
Sorry?
30 seconds.
30 seconds, thank you. You folks are looking at hiring, or sorry, the police services said they need 78 more officers. You're hiring 6, maybe 10, 14 at best. Shoplifting, up 41%. This comes kind of with densification. We don't always know who our next door neighbor is going to be. And so sometimes we have a choice on the community we live in. We pick the best we can afford. I'll wrap it up with 2 things. If you want to live in high-density housing, have at it. I'm not against where you live. Let's have a space for that, whether it's north end, south end, east end, west end. But let's not conform everybody to that. And I'll just end it with my last quote here. I've got lots of stuff on EV and solar panels, but we won't get there. It is regrettable that the federal government is holding us hostage and bullying us through municipalities and cities having the funding tied to zoning changes.
Thank you.
Not happy about that at all.
Councillor Wyatt, your question?
You mentioned densification equaling crime. I've walked through, I've had the benefit when I was younger, traveling, backpacking, working overseas, volunteering. I've walked through the streets of Paris, some of the safest neighborhoods, London, Havana, high densities, but yet they were safe. Are you sure your statement that density is tied to crime is accurate? Because I don't think it is.
It appears to be.
No, give you examples, clear examples. So let me take another question. So really the issue in terms of what we're seeing in our city today, you mentioned police and the need for more policing. We have a socioeconomic challenge in our city.
Yeah, we do.
And a lot of it is, would you say, fairly related to a federal government policy of over 150 years of what happened to the Indigenous people and the trauma that has been passed down and everything else. Would you say that might have more to do with what's happening out there?
Well, I do, and I'm going to highlight a little bit. My family came here in 1878. So we were welcomed into Canada with a promise of 160 acres of land, promise of freedom of religion, military exemption. Those are 2 privilegiums that we had as Mennonites coming from Russia, Germany. We were standing on the soil at Emerson, at Dufferin, Fort Dufferin. The RCMP station no longer there, but there's a remark there. We were met with Métis, Anishinaabe, whoever, running 2,500 ox carts, and they were fearing for their land. And here we are as newcomers thinking, what a glorious place, what an opportunity. And I'm in that same parallel now. I have newcomers coming into this territory as well. I welcome them, but they're coming in waves. And I don't know if Winnipeg is quite ready. We haven't got the infrastructure, we haven't got the tax base, we haven't got the revenue to pay for all this and do it well. I think muddling our way through it is a challenge. But can we not have a Made in Winnipeg plan that looks at some of these things? Because we heard yesterday from the developer in the North End who wants to build 5-plexes and so on. Why are we not addressing this issue? Why is it taking my neighbor 1 year to get a permit for an asphalt driveway in Winnipeg? Why are these developers hampered by a year-long process and they're simply discouraged by this? I've had conversations.
Next question.
Thank you.
So since it's not related to density, that the housing challenge, I have some real misgivings here. But you haven't really spoken to the real issue, which kind of surprises me, which is the issue that, if anything, we're going to be driving up the price of land because of the speculation this is going to create, which is going to make it harder for your children and mine to afford to buy a first-time house. Why aren't you speaking to that issue, and why are you raising this cloud of, which is basically based in kind of a racist undertone about immigration?
No,
I'd like to
sorry,
know that.
it is
All right,
not.
well, I'm just putting my cards on the table.
Because my organization is exactly that. We strike to eliminate discrimination. My children have a very high prospect of being in my basement or in my, at 34. We heard years of 40 yesterday. This is a very real prospect. My son has a summer job. My daughter is looking for one. 34 applications went out, not a single phone call. And I go to order skip the dishes, which is not something I often do. I see 7 cars waiting to pick up one order. And I've spoken with these people, these Uber drivers that skip the dishes and so on and so forth. They are sitting there. They're lucky if they get $100 a day, and they're eager to be there the first, because the tip is what's going to make or break their day. It's not the wage that they're getting from whichever contractor. So, no, it's nothing to do with any of that. Like, forget that.
My language is, economic security,
Yeah.
decent wages, worker benefits, anyway, things that have been fought for a long
Yeah.
time ago that have been lost again. But anyway.
Yeah, no, but the worker wages, where are we getting a 40-hour work week with benefits? There's very select jobs.
Okay. Thank you. Next question, Mayor Gillingham, followed by Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the delegation for his presentation. One of the items I think I heard, or one of the statements I think I heard him make was that crime increases with densification. Is that do I have that correct in general? Is that what you're
So, we don't know the statistics on it per se. We can look at your website and I can tweak any of the numbers I want. I teased out the 8.2% in my neighborhood because that reflects what I see going on. What I do see is downtown Portage, the crime has actually gone down a little bit. Hence why we probably have more boots on the ground. We have an officer interacting, the officer presence. So is the crime up or down? Is there a correlation or a causation? Not necessarily.
Thank you. I think the statement was something to the effect of, with densification, you have an increase in crime. It was something along that line is what your statement was.
Yeah, you could.
So are you aware that Stats Canada's own report that came out at the end of April shows that crime rates in rural communities are, in some cases, on average, 34% higher than in the urban areas. And in Manitoba specifically, according to Stats Canada, this year, the crime rates in rural Manitoba was 54% higher than in urban areas. I grew up on a farm. Our closest neighbor was 3/4 of a mile away. There was a lot of space between us. Yet in rural Manitoba, the crime rates reported in Stats Canada is 54% higher than in urban areas. I just wondered if the delegation was aware. Madam Speaker, the point is this. Is that when delegates come forward and make statements, if they're factually incorrect, like the previous delegate, then from time to time we will stand up and correct the error. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So yes, I'll respond to that. So I was not aware of that particular form. I am aware of the document the City of Winnipeg produces by the Winnipeg's police service using their own data. I do also know that when you have officers with boots on the ground, things go down. So you could have high density people, high population of street patrols and a presence of police. That is also going to drive down. Is it driving the crime outside? We don't know what the answer is. We can only speculate. Causation isn't correlation, neither is the reverse.
Thank you.
Stats are there.
Thank you.
Councillor Eadie.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it just kind of did you know, I think we're getting way off topic about immigration. You can talk about the bigger problems, but we're looking at zoning regulations that are talking about how far away from different homes, how much you can build and that sort of thing. And Madam Speaker, did you know that the first house I purchased was in the North End where I grew up, where my particular house, my neighbor was 4 feet away. The actual house was 4 feet away, and you could hear what was happening. And as a matter of fact, I married a woman from Crestview, and she came to live in my house over there in the North End. And what she had to say was she appreciated living in the North End more than Crestview because nobody really talked to each other in Crestview, where her portion where she grew up. And yeah, she loved John Taylor. She went there and graduated. So, did you also know that, you know, it would be possible, I need to buy, if I was to buy a new home, it would be great to have 3 units to rent and live in the other. Have you thought about those kind of things?
Thank you. The response?
Yes, I certainly have. And I did have the privilege at speaking to one of your representatives at the RBC Convention Center during the open house. And so one of the conversations we had was that he had removed his 2 children. They had moved out of the dwelling because they had exactly that. They thought they were going to buy this, rent the rest, and it would cover their living costs. However, the noise and the disturbances late night throughout the nights had caused both of his children to move out. So I think about this, and obviously I have a deaf daughter, so she could care less how noisy it is. I myself am a light sleeper, so we have a complete difference. But I appreciate that we do have good people in Crestview. It's a beautiful neighborhood. I'm glad you found somebody lucky enough to partner with. So. Thank you, Sean Dobbs.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Reedy.
Madam Speaker, the final thing is, did you know that around World War I, there were huge waves of immigrants coming to this country, to Manitoba, to Winnipeg? Similar to waves that are coming nowadays, you have people leaving places of strife, and actually the Mennonite people got away from bad situations too, and came over in waves as well. So I'm trying to understand what the difference between the waves today versus the waves of immigrants of the distant past.
Yes, so I understand the parallels because I also do realize that 1922, some 20,000 Mennonites left Canada. It was the largest exodus in Canadian history because the government didn't honor their word. And so new people coming, yeah, it's inevitable. We know that. I'm just saying, what pace can Winnipeg grow at and be prosperous and welcome these people into a new life, and in part keep some of their old life, their heritage and their history? You know, like that's the $1 million question. And that's the question for you all. How can we balance and navigate these turbulences and the friction? Because our community is somewhat divided. I don't know what the split is, but by your own papers, you had 759 people that showed up at some of the events, the open houses, and made negative comments, how this would impact them negatively. Not negative comments, but negative impacts. And so it is a delicate balance, and I don't have a surefire way of solving that or suggesting to you, but I do need to know or recommend that we have some careful considerations and consultations. Do we designate one part of the city? I know the feds are maybe not happy about that, but if there is some lateral movement, can we make it the best it possibly can? And will you folks see to that? Will you make up the recommendations, the amendments to say, okay, we don't like what's going on, short of saying no. I realize there's money tied to that. But at the same time, what can we do to make it the best deal possible? And you heard some of the other mentions, and the Honourable Scott Gillingham asked for that one lady to submit the documents. Let's look very careful at them, because some of the feedback here today and yesterday has been beneficial and will make Winnipeg a better place, but I think we need to go further. We're not done yet.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate that.
Okay, next up is Patrick Allard, followed by Ray Hignell, and then Francis Waters.
Thank you. Just before we get into the delegation, I want to remind Council of the schedule today. We'll be concluding at 4:30 p.m. Next delegation.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Allard. I'm here today because I happened to find a parking meter that accepted cash, so I could park my car without worry. I come here today, I'm a real estate investor. I own a renovation company. Majority, if not all of my customers are real estate investors, and mostly all in the core neighborhoods, the North End, downtown, a little bit of West Kildonan, Point Douglas. And you'd think I would have been here to talk yesterday in support of this bill, but I'm actually opposed to it. I would stand to make good amounts of dollars if this does go through. So I'm speaking against it in my own best interest, which is odd, but that's the type of person I am. I have a feeling, and I heard earlier this morning, Councillor Wyatt talked about some areas are exempt, and maybe what he meant by that was, or I think he clarified saying that dollars will go where it makes most sense, and I think where it makes most sense is in my neighborhood of Monarski, West Kildonan, North End area, and I have a problem with these multiplexes, fourplexes, triplexes, duplex being crammed everywhere. Mostly, if you come down our roads in the neighborhood, and this is probably a Winnipeg problem, but our roads are crumbling, and I don't think we can add much more traffic to them before we fix them up. I think we should be fixing our existing infrastructure before we start bringing more cars down the road. And we had a presenter this morning saying the average home has 1.5 vehicles. That's 6 if it's a fourplex, 3 if it's a duplex, and that's only on the average. We do have existing stock, and this is where I get into what I do. We have about 700 to 800 existing vacant and or boarded up homes that are just sitting waiting for someone to put some money into it and put a family in there. And this is what I do. My rental properties are all in the North End of Winnipeg. Well, one on Alexander, I think that's Point Douglas. But we can fix these houses, and I do it all with private funds. I don't ask the taxpayer for any dollars, and in this case, the government doesn't have any money. They only have our money. And what's happening with this money from the federal government, it's taking it from my left pocket and putting it into my right pocket. I'd rather they just don't take it in the first place. I'd rather we not take it. I think whenever you're taking government funds, there's something attached. We heard there could be changes down the road. You don't really know what you're getting into, and once you accept this grant funds, housing accelerator, whatever it's called, and you realize maybe we made a mistake, you won't get out because you'll be under the grip of the federal government, whatever government of the day that is. So I would be cautious about shaking hands with the government, the federal government, and let's do what's best for Winnipeg. Ottawa doesn't know what's best for Winnipeg. We know what's best for Winnipeg. Let's fix up the houses that are already here, right? It's a lot cheaper, and you want to talk about affordable housing. All my properties are affordable. They were all, well, the house on Alexander I mentioned was built in 1882. I think Louis Riel was still alive. It's still standing, and there's a family in there at an affordable rate. It's a big, nice 3-bedroom home. They're not crammed in together. They have a nice yard.
1 minute.
Oh, yes. And we need to do that. So I think, and I've spoke at other committees before on things that that city could do to make it easier for good investors to come into the North End of Winnipeg and other neighborhoods and fix up the existing stock. And I've spoken with the provincial government about having RTB changes to punish slum landlords. I do not like slum landlords. And I think this will happen when we get this, because who builds fourplexes? Landlords. And there'll be a good chance that some of them will be slum landlords. This is the world I live in.
That's rude. And we have decorum and respect in this chamber. I found that to be offensive.
I don't.
I'm going to caution you on your decorum and respect in this chamber. and I hope you could look at me when I speak to you. I will caution your respect and decorum in this chamber.
I think we all know what a slum landlord is. I wasn't pointing anybody in particular. Time's up. Thank you. Goodbye.
Next delegation.
Okay, next up is Ray
Madam Clerk.
Hignell, followed by Francis Waters.
Madam Speaker, councillors, $122 million sounds like a lot of money. But if you divide it by 14,000 homes, it comes to $8,714, which really is quite insignificant if you look at it as part of a $200,000 or $300,000 house or condominium. $8,714 over 25 years is $29 a month. If you figure at 5% interest, it is $51 a month. If somebody can't afford an extra $51 a month, they cannot afford a house or a condo, period. So this money is really quite insignificant for the task at hand. If the money goes, that's if the money goes straight to the home buyer. If you have the administrative cost, it's going to be less, and if that money goes directly to developers, well, it's not going to benefit the home buyers at all. So this money actually is virtually useless, and that's the good news. I have bad news here. There's too much to discuss in 5 minutes, but I'll address 3 points. The City of Winnipeg already pumps raw sewage into the rivers at various times. I live in Wolseley, I see it, I've seen it in Fort Garry, and there are other places. Doubling or tripling the load was totally irresponsible. So doing this in built-up neighborhoods that has one sewer is terrible, terrible news, and it's irresponsible. Second item, the density of people will increase the density of cars. Where are all these people going to park? How are they going to get by on streets that are gridlock? We're seeing that happening already. And some people, it just won't work. Some people think that the war on cars is going to cure this, and it's going to make driving a car so difficult that we're all just going to walk or take a bike or a bus. And this is just unrealistic, in my opinion. Most people just won't do it. Walking and biking are too slow. Biking can be expensive because we all know many bikes get stolen, and people just can't buy another bike every week or two. Also, there's very few places to park them. And bikes are only viable, really, for about 3 or 4 months of the year, tops. Despite all the bike lanes that have been installed and the narrowing of the streets, there's no evidence that biking has increased in popularity significantly, or I would say even at all. I haven't seen it. Human nature likes to do things in the easiest way, and that means taking a car. Gridlock is going to really slow the traffic down everywhere. It's going to make life difficult for people, and it will hurt the economy of this city. Third item, the proposed legislation is taking away people's rights to live in the type of neighborhood that they want. People have chosen to live where they want because it suits their needs, and that's what they want. They spend a lot of money and effort to make their home to their liking. I would suggest to you that this legislation that is proposed, it will change the city drastically, and if you approve it, I think that is a betrayal of the citizens of Winnipeg. It's a betrayal. We do what we do because we bought into the city, and we've done that in good faith. The democratic process is being abused by the city, in my opinion. Our city has become more polarized, less friendly, and I think this legislation will make things even worse. In closing, this legislation has virtually no upside and plenty of downside. It has not been properly debated in public, and it will hasten the downward spiral that our city is already on. Please kill this bill before it kills our city. Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take questions. Councillor Eady.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. Our delegation is presented, divided up 14,000 homes and came up with that number. And I'm wondering if he doesn't think that with that money invested, there'll be private dollars coming in to build these units. I'm wondering if the delegation believes that that would be a better calculation once it's all said and done. How much money came from the private sector to go leveraging some of the government money?
I don't think it matters. The fact is, it's $51 extra a month is what somebody's saving for that. And if you're buying a $200,000 or $300,000 condo, which is not exactly a very large or wonderful unit, it's still a very small amount of money in the overall scheme of things.
Madam Speaker, we live in a capitalist system, and investment from the private sector to build and sell to potential homeowners. There are different markets. You know that there is still some greenfield that continues to be built in this city, and there's a lot of different housing options in the market. Are you aware of that?
Well, of course,
Thank
there are
you.
different options in the market. But this is still a relatively small amount of money per household.
Next question, Councillor Eady.
Madam Speaker, anyway, I'm sorry. If you can't understand calculating based on private investment dollars, which we want for building infill, the calculation's wrong, Madam Speaker.
Next question, Councillor Lukes.
For your presentation. I just wanted to clarify some facts here. So the federal government is also offering us transit funding, okay? So not just for housing, but transit funding and for our sewer system.
Yes.
And in order to receive that funding, one of the requirements is that we include or we add density to our city. So right now, we're at $453 million that is coming our way, and there will be more. The federal government, the current federal government, and I think all of Canada recognizes that we have to grow through immigration. So more and more people, our country is so large, we have so much space, that we will be growing through immigration for years to come, 400,000, 500,000 every year. So the federal government is tying about $453 million now to projects, and I can guarantee you they will be tying it to more projects in the future. Interestingly enough, in the latest transit funding, I don't know if you know this, did you know, that they are targeting areas around universities. So South Winnipeg, Red River College, U of M, or U of W. These are areas where they want to see densification because international students will come. They will bring families, they will bring whoever they bring, and this is an entry point to Canada and how we'll grow. And that is the way it is. So we've been asked.
Question, Councillor Lukes.
It was a did you know? So it's did you know it's $453 million right now on the table.
Thank you. Ray?
That's fine, $450 million. It's essentially a bribe. And if we accept, okay, so you like bribes. If we accept this,
Okay.
will you just,
I know you're having a conversation together. Let's choose our words correctly.
Winnipeg to raise taxes for everyone by 10% or 15% to support our sewer system, transit system, roads. People don't want that. This is how we're bringing in immigration.
that's right, people don't want that. And people also don't want the city spending money in inefficient ways. I can tell you right from my house, I watch inefficient garbage picking up, it's collecting, it's ridiculous the wastage in this city. And I have not seen this city do an audit and look for ways to save money rather than just fritter it away. Do I want my taxes to double? No, but I'm going to guess that I pay a lot more taxes than you already. And I'm doing my share. What's that?
Okay,
Next.
any further questions? There was a hand up here, Councillor Mace, followed by Councillor Eady.
Oh, we've been doing so well avoiding some of these topics. Okay, did you know that we can claim that we're getting $453 million now, to use Councillor Luke's term? Some of it's over the next 10 years, though. There's a minority government in charge federally. It's not going to last 10 years. That we can probably all agree on. So we could claim we're getting $1 billion over the next 100 years, and we're jeopardizing $1 billion. But are you aware that, yes, it's more than the 122 million, and the 14,000 units aren't getting any of that money. This is a condition that's put on a grant that we're spending on a bunch of social housing, which is good, on some infrastructure. So yeah, there's some more transit money, some of it's spread over 10 years, so it's a little much to claim that we're jeopardizing money that isn't going to come for another 10 years. But are you aware that there's some more money at stake here than simply the Housing Accelerator money?
Yeah, there is money at stake, and I understand about the sewage plant, and that requires money. But just because you guys may kill this legislation, and therefore you don't agree with the densification in neighborhoods that are already there, it doesn't mean that the government won't later still give you money. I mean, if you said this is an unacceptable way to do densification, and you just said, well, we're not going with this one, it does not mean that the government will not later fund a sewage plant. I mean, it's still an ecological problem, and I think it would be difficult for them to say that, oh, we've funded sewage plants in other cities, but we won't do it in Winnipeg because you people didn't like our plan we had for the way that densification had to be done. It can be done differently, incidentally. You've got a whole bunch of empty land off Peguis, which has been talked about, and there, if you want to put in fourplexes or tall apartment blocks and have the developers plan it, put in the bike paths, put in the parks in this area, then that will be accomplishing the same thing. It will be accomplishing more living quarters for more people. It will be densified in a certain part of town, and it won't bother the neighborhoods that already exist.
No presentations are permitted from the gallery. Councillor Mays,
We've
next
done
question.
pretty well keeping to just not claiming that. Obviously, we have recently voted to proceed with a $900 million road project if the funding becomes available on Chief Peguis, and to unlock the benefits of the 3 precincts that are up there. We got into some of this yesterday. So I guess it would be useful, I guess, the statement that we're going to have 10 or 15% property tax increases unless we put fourplexes on certain pieces of land instead of duplexes. I'm not really getting the math there, I gotta say.
That wasn't the statement.
That is literally what you said.
I talked about transit, water, sewer.
I'm sorry that I thought I heard Councillor Lutz suggest that we were going to have 10 to 15% property tax increases unless we went ahead with.
Okay. So, Councillor Mays, let's stick to questions for the delegation.
Yeah, we've done pretty well at avoiding claims that this initiative is somehow going to save us hundreds of millions of dollars. Perhaps we'll return to that when Mr. Kiernan appears in rebuttal.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Eady?
10 to 15%.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the delegation knows that that's a private company collecting the garbage, and apparently the private sector is much more efficient and better at doing that sort of thing. Is the delegation aware of that?
I'm aware that certain parts of the city have garbage picked up by private companies. I am referring to a park which was installed beside my house, and it has these steel bins that are about like this, and they're open-sided, a grill situation. And those garbage bins, or that garbage bin, and at other parks in my neighborhood, are picked up by City of Winnipeg. And you should know, or perhaps I should use your language, and are you aware that when the City of Winnipeg comes to the park beside my house, which I have adopted and look after, I clean up the garbage there, are you aware that there are between 2 and 4 people in the truck to pick up the garbage from one little garbage can. And typically, it is one person that gets out of the truck, the driver, and he empties the garbage can, and the other people stay in the truck. Last week, I saw the truck come, and I didn't see how many people were in it. I was just looking out my window.
Okay, we're getting a little bit off topic here.
We're talking about garbage here, and we're clarifying facts.
Okay, Councillor,
Actually, when you're picking up garbage at a 4-unit, that's more efficient than picking up at a single unit. Madam Speaker, I just want to end on something final. I'm hearing from the delegation and other delegations that most of Winnipeg is opposed to this kind of stuff, but there was 22 people in favor and 25 people registered opposed, and everybody works, and the people who are pro, they're at work, so they can't make it as well. So are you aware that, you know, you're representing a faction of people versus all of the people?
I think I'm representing the silent majority. I talk to a lot of my neighbors in Wolseley, and they feel the way I do. And yes, there are a few people, Marianne Sorelli and her friends, who seem to think they represent all of Wolseley. In fact, they don't. Yes, they have a different opinion than I do, but I am very confident that the silent majority thinks the way I do. And I would love it if the city did a statistically accurate survey to bear out those facts and find that. The surveys that have done in the past regarding bicycle paths are not surveys at all. They're biased and designed to give the answer that the bicycle crowd wants. They're not scientifically valid.
okay. Okay. It's noted. Thank you, Councillor Rollins. No further questions? Thank you for your presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Francis Waters, joining us in person.
After this, you need it right now? Okay. You said 5 minutes, and I would like folks back as soon as possible. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm reconvening our special council meeting of June 3rd, 2025, after a short recess. We are hearing from those in opposition to the applications. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Francis Waters, joining us in person.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. They said, don't worry, be happy. We'll take care of drainage, setbacks, protect the trees. Years ago, the city buried a stream and later created a drainless back lane. Result, a huge inland sea that's threatening me and my house and extending to neighboring properties, and huge treacherous ice ruts in the lane that endanger all my neighbors. Next door to me, 2 skinny infill will expand into this lake and raise the lake level and the threat to everyone on the lane. I have done the city's job as a retention pond for 30 years, and I've replaced my basement. I have done and had enough, and no more water. Water and Waste approved this infill. They knew about the sea. At the hearing, councillors had to invent a different reason to do the right thing and nix the infill. Till now, the owner is just waiting for hearings to go away, but the drainage problem has not. The city is allergic to officially recognizing a drainage problem. We need hearings. Lacking hearings, the city must create a mechanism by which neighbors can inform the city of problems and expect objective assessment. Otherwise, we are sitting ducks. Setbacks. Unlike infill and houses on 25-foot lots, the city allowed our houses to be designed for wider side yards. Side sloping roofs, wide eaves, only a 4-foot infill side yard. I will be prevented from clearing snow with a roof rake, putting myself and my house in danger again. Also, I have 6 windows on the infill side. Instead of sky and trees, I will see a solid windowless prison wall a few feet away. Without hearings, you need a short list of factors triggering a bigger side yard. Better yet, Squish the two ridiculous skinny houses together and save 6 feet, create a 10-foot side yard, or make family-sized duplexes with a side yard. Where a side yard already exists, a 10-foot minimum side yard should be required. It's really the squishing that I think is bothering everybody. It's not NIMBYism, it's NIMSYism, not in my side yard, and it's legitimate. Trees, we need as many and as big as possible, but developers clear cut, unlike 100 years ago. Total of 2 cedars on a 50-foot split do nothing. And renters and landlords don't tend to like leaves, and they can cut them down after a year. The tree should only be cut down if necessary. On Winchester, we live in a beautiful oak forest with peregrines, we think, owls and foxes, etc., and older houses. The forest will be decimated, replaced by barren lands, the backyard, parking lot, front grass, if lucky, but often gravel. We will be building heat islands instead of fighting global warming. It's madness. By contrast, we in this forest trade the inside excess space of houses in more modern developments for outside space and trees. I think this should continue. All of this destruction and sadness, because people are very sad people. They're really sad. For what? We need population density, not housing density. An official New Zealand study showed infill does not measurably increase population density. Australia and England and others are moving away from it too. We need to learn from their experience and do the better 0.0 version. We can increase population density without destruction. These infill, especially the skinny ones, are not houses. They have no back or side yards. A series are a horizontal apartment block. So let's make deals and build vertical apartment blocks on the numerous empty lots and parking lots. Let's really push and educate people about cooperative housing. We could free up, and I mean it, a phenomenal number of houses and reduce loneliness. Let's convert existing houses to multiplexes. We can have, though I don't recommend it, as of right, but only if you create honest and reliable processes, and yes, a few restrictions, call Ottawa, discuss reality on the ground. The city is ultimately for citizens, not developers. With all due respect, bold should never be a synonym for bullying. That's it.
Any questions for our delegation? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Okay, our next registered speaker was Teresa Longobardi, but I don't believe she's speaking. So we'll move on to Robert Armstrong. He is not in the Zoom meeting, so we'll keep going with Tom Scott, who's joining us in person.
Welcome, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you all for allowing me to make this presentation. I'm going to be as brief as possible because of the time limit. You should have a copy of some pictures, and I will be referring to these during the presentation. I represent the Old St. Boniface Residents Association, which takes in the area from the Red River to Archibald, and from the Red River to Goulet and to Marion on the east side of the Seine River. So it's quite a big area. First off, I do want to acknowledge that change does happen. North St. Boniface has got the highest density that it's had since 1970. And it's still a beautiful, lovely community. Everything, 95% of the stuff fits in really nice. But why in some neighborhoods do the current residents have to have the impact, the negative impact of development to appease the wants and needs of new residents? That is a concern to me. We also heard that there's going to be no 10% on any of this land going into a community. So you're putting more people into the community, using up the resources in the community, the playgrounds and everything else, without it being brought up to date. So you're using up the resources for the people that are there, which does not sound like it's really set. One of the things that I really noticed that is concerning, and I think this is a common concern about everybody, is that, well, I know there's one spot that it talks about a 2-unit building being 35 feet and a 3-unit building being 35 feet. Why? Why should not the 2-unit be a lot less? Why should you be allowed to build 2 feet from the rear property line and with the porch and that be building 10 feet from the front? That's taking up a whole lot of land. When you do that type of land, you're bound to bother the people next door, to bother their sunlight and that. And what about lot coverage? Is the lot coverage not supposed to be 35 to a maximum of 50%? Is the 50 square foot, which could be 5 by 10 feet bay window, is that considered part of the lot coverage? Or is that just an extra? Is that 10-foot porch that could take up the length of the building, is that part of the lot coverage? When you start adding these things on to the house, it starts affecting the next door neighbor. If you got a 50% of the building built in the house, the next door neighbor, if he's got 40% or 50%, you got sort of equal yard space and light in that. So that is a real concern. Short-term rentals, Airbnbs. Is there anything in this plan that discourages them, or better yet, not allow them? You've got a picture there, the first picture. That's a beautiful little place, sounds like and looks like what wants to be built with this plan. 3 of those 4 units are Airbnbs. What does that do for residential development and affordable housing? You need to address the Airbnbs on this. You should also be addressing and making sure that a lot of them are affordable. And I know that city affordability is different than what I think of affordability. I think of affordability as something that even the lowest person can afford. But make sure that there's a number of these units that are affordable. It talks about rail line. We've got a number of rail lines going through our neighborhood. What is abutting a rail line? You know, what is the distance to it? Is there, if the rail line's got a road going by it, service road going by it, does that mean that property doesn't abut the rail line? We need some clarifications on some of these things. River lots. 25 feet certainly is not enough, especially if you allow an extension in the back for a bay window or something of 5 feet, then you're taking it down to 20. We've got a lot. We've got a lot. Okay, first I'll go to the last part of it. If this is a well thought out plan where there's a lot of discussion and a lot of agreement between developers, administration, and the public, then that should be the law. There should be no variances allowed. The shortest and quickest way to get this city fully developed is by not allowing variances.
Okay,
A
Tom,
developer
thank
can go
you.
in.
We'll take questions if there's any. Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Seen you sitting up there a long time. Thank you.
Okay, our next registered speaker is James Badome, but he is also not in the Zoom meeting, so we'll keep going. Cal Sharif joining us via Zoom, and then followed by Eric Lowen, also joining us via Zoom.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Oh, sorry, Cal, I think you're still muted. If you could go ahead and unmute yourself.
How's that?
Very good. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cal Sharif, and I am a business owner, a scout leader, and a resident of Oxford Street. I speak today not in opposition to growth, but in favor of thoughtful, generational planning. I support housing and density, but also emotional space, safe streets, and the quiet dignity of neighborhood life. Like many in River Heights, I was fortunate to buy a home in a community rich with trees, sidewalks, laughter, and neighborly rhythm. Future generations deserve new neighborhoods like this, places with bike paths, biodiversity, green spaces, and room to breathe. This isn't nostalgia, it's livability. And it's what we should be aiming to replicate, not compromise. The concern is not about change, but about how change is being proposed. The current infill strategy, absent meaningful protections and lacking neighborhood-specific consultation, threatens to erode the very qualities that define our city's most successful communities. As my neighbor Charlene Curry patiently in the gallery notes in her letter to you, residents are not merely uncomfortable, they feel unheard, disoriented, and displaced, in case you haven't noticed. These are not growing pains, these are warning signs. We must learn from other cities. In Calgary, the rapid introduction of blanket zoning changes has sparked concern. Edmonton's move towards citywide fourplex zoning raised real questions about infrastructure readiness and respect for community character. Vancouver, often seen as a planning leader, has dramatically increased housing supply, tripling it since the 1970s, but remains the least affordable city in North America. Patrick Condon in the Tyee stated, if it can't deliver affordability, we must ask whether this particular proposed building is a good precedent to approve. When policy prioritizes volume over vision, speculation thrives and families lose out. Chicago offers a more constructive blueprint. The city's Department of Housing released its 2022 annual report. Programs like the South Shore Co-op Preservation Fund and the Chicago Recovery Plan demonstrate how cities can uplift struggling areas while protecting affordability. These strategies include targeted repair incentives, legally binding affordability covenants, and extensive community engagement sessions to ensure residents are co-creators of change, not casualties of it. Winnipeg, as you know, is not immune to urban drift. In fact, we're at a tipping point. Downtown, we desperately need vibrancy and community reinvestment, and we are struggling. A 2025 Fraser Institute, as I'm sure you've all read, shows Winnipeg now leads the country in violent crime, 675 incidents per 100,000 people. That's more than double the national average, even if it's higher in the rural areas. And yet, our policy response diverts energy away from that crisis. Instead of prioritizing renewal in our struggling core, we're turning to stable neighborhoods to absorb pressure, like this one. That is backwards planning. It penalizes the communities that are working and ignores the ones that most need support. Band-aid zoning solutions, allowing high-density builds without comprehensive framework, are not the answer. They result in a loss of architectural integrity that we see on the streets, the disappearance of mature trees on private land, grassy areas, parking chaos, and rising tensions between neighborhoods. These aren't just theoretical issues, they're happening now. The Aalto University in Finland study confirms that uncoordinated infill across global contexts leads to a drop in public trust and a fraying of local identity, and sometimes calling somebody not smart during a council meeting. The Harvard Graduate School of Design's research affirms what we intuitively know: density without investment is not equitable, it's disruptive. I'm going to actually conclude more quickly, you'll be thankful to know. Federal programs are and should be part of our solution, but unless we pair those programs with binding community consultation, we risk repeating the very patterns we claim to be correcting. Developers will naturally pursue the highest margin neighborhoods, those with the most trees, the best schools, and the least resistance. That's not fairness, that's opportunism. That's not revitalization, that's not democracy, it's quiet displacement. I'm sorry, but it's not. We must return power to the communities themselves. Those who maintain their streets, raise families, care for seniors, and steward their trees must have the final say in how their neighborhood is developed. Let us be bold enough to lead differently. Let us be smart enough to say, excuse me, Honorable Sean Fraser, but we have a couple of things we need to add. I ask this council to step forward with clarity and vision, build a city rooted not just in numbers, but in neighborhoods, trusting their council. A city worth inheriting. Thank you.
Thank you. There's questions. Councillor Rollins.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Prime Minister Carney, as recently as last week, reconfirmed the course that we are on and the dollars tied to initiatives that we are discussing and debating. Did you bring up any of this during the last federal election? If not, why not?
Well, I'm not a politician. I'm a business owner. I make educational games, sometimes for the Canadian Space Agency, so I'm pretty much sitting in this room programming all the time. So I'm bringing it up now because it was brought to my attention by by my neighbors who were canvassing the area. So I read the letter from the Honorable Sean Fraser, which I have a copy of right here, and I don't see any reason why we can't have consultation in the neighborhoods. And in fact, as people who believe in democracy, we absolutely should put something binding in it, not just going online and finding permits, which, as was pointed out by the administrators, which a lot of people really don't know about. They won't find out about it. It took my neighbor to tell me about it.
One of the items that were in the speech from the throne was, in fact, another impact on Winnipeg, which is that we would have to all cities will have to half their development charges. It's in that context that I'm asking why you would assume that the consultation in every neighborhood would happen with your municipal government, the one with the least access to tax dollars and the most handcuffs associated with it, and not the federal government. So I ask again, is this going to result in federal government discussion by you, or just with?
Well, it can. I'm glad to speak to the federal government. However, you are passing policy that doesn't require, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I've read, it does not require a binding consultation with the neighbors who are affected by perhaps a 38-foot lot to their left and one to their right. And I'm not against infill housing. I just simply think that if you listen to the people who are, citizens living in these houses, that they have ideas about how their neighborhood could evolve and evolve for their children. A lot of people will be involving their children in decisions to do with their residents. And I think that Winnipeg is hollowing out from the inside. I've lived here my whole life, despite 5 years in Toronto. And we know that's the case. And I really think that we should maybe push back a little bit, and that it's well within Council's ability to, amend and ask for a slight amendment so that we also include the as of right, but also include as of right, including consultation with neighbors.
Yeah, final question. You're aware after this, and all good points you're making. Thank you for responding to my question. You're aware that following this hearing, and yes, we can make amendments, you will still have a right to appeal. The question is yes? How so? You're aware?
I'm not aware that I see a right to appeal in the amendments as they are listed before me. If that is the case, that is great. But I do not see a binding appeal being mentioned often here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like a reason, and the whole reason that I was asked to speak is that a lot of people are kind of upset. So
people.
Well, people that canvass and people that came to my house and presented me with the letters from the federal government. And I would benefit, quite frankly, from infill housing, and that my property value would go up, more than likely because that property values go up when there's infill housing. But this is about more than money. This is about what kind of city are we building for the future. And I really think we need to look more at the core rather than building southward and building northward and building into communities that already exist.
Thank you, Cal. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Orlico.
Thank you for the comments. That was quite eloquent, quite respectful. There is no right to appeal except, I guess, to the municipal board, which isn't in here. So that was, I'm still not clear on that. But there's no appeal to this. I'm sorry. I'm just not. There's no right to appeal of this public hearing except to the municipal board, I would think. And that standard is a bit confused given the provincial legislation. So just, we had a lot of people yesterday exercising their democratic right, and they're exercising their democratic right to say we should no longer have public hearings on rezonings. In the vast majority of cases, it's kind of an incongruous thing, a democratic right to say we shouldn't have any more input, but that's democracy. So thank you for appearing today and some of your comments. Just to clarify one thing, though, I do appreciate you saying you could add some conditions. That really is the state we're at. There was a 13-3 vote. I was with the 3 to proceed under the Housing Accelerator. One of the conditions was to be done on the fourplexes by June 12th with the bylaws, so we're up against that deadline, so there's no leeway now to go back to the public, to be fair, but also in that vote, there were a number of things saying council would set certain standards, and we will come to that tomorrow likely and come to the details. We retain the discretion. That is in the half agreement. Council retains its discretion. So just want to make sure you're aware of that we're up against the June 12th deadline, but also you're quite correct in saying yes, but you can, it's not Sean Fraser anymore, but you can add some conditions. So are you aware of that time frame, but our ability to add some conditions?
I think that that's excellent, so thank you.
Councillor Orlikow?
Yeah, thank you very much. I did have the opportunity to read your letter that you sent in. I appreciate you doing that as well. And I got most of your points. I just want to clarify maybe one more point on maybe one of the amending motions that we'll be putting forward regarding consultation. What extent do you believe the consultation would be to? For example, would it be, no, we don't want that? Or would it be something about windows, HVACs, some of the protruding? What level, just so I can clarify from amending?
So just so you know, that my spouse thinks that we should be very granular about that, but I think that in that, actually have regulations about HVACs, et cetera. However, I believe that individual neighborhoods, you could easily strike a committee that where the vote would be final, and where people have presented the plan. This is what we would like to do, and where neighbors who are affected could come forward and say, this isn't working for me. And the idea of an ethical process is that everybody isn't ends unto themselves to, and if one person doesn't want a 38-foot high-rise on either side of the house they've been living in for 60 years, then that needs to be listened to as equally as somebody who is perhaps selling their home. So I think that it can be done not very granular and very slowly. I think it can be done very efficiently if one were to strike committees and use the lovely neighborhoods that we have already. I do favor moving more of the infill sites downtown where possible, and perhaps that's an incentive process. I already covered that in my letter, but that would be my answer to that.
Okay. So the federal government does have the as of right requirement.
They do, but I think you can add to that. I don't think you have to just say as of right, but also as of right. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to figure out how we can have both, which may be very difficult, I understand. But
it is extremely difficult, but thank you very much, because I do appreciate your time today. Thanks.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Cal, for your presentation.
You're
Madam
welcome.
Clerk. Oh, there's one more question, actually. Cal, are you with us
Yes.
still? Councillor Dobson.
Yes, this is a major change for zoning within the city. Do you feel that Winnipegs were properly consulted, informed? I mean, like you found out from your neighbor, so is there...
I'll answer that question. So as a person who grew up, and I worked at the CBC, and I lived in Toronto, and I started my own company here. It's now been almost 20 years. I lament the fact that it's very difficult to get information these days, and that we live in a different world where we don't always hear reporting. So I think, however, neighborhood activism always works, and that's how I heard about it. And if there was a binding consultation where people felt empowered, that people would certainly show up for a quorum at something like that, and that we can trust those groups of people to make decisions. And I think taking power away is how they feel, is how the people I've talked to feel about it. And It's just that I think that we would all benefit if people had these discussions. We really need that as a city.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Eric Lowen, joining us via Zoom. Eric, if you want to go ahead and turn on your camera and unmute yourself, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Welcome, Eric. You need to unmute.
And I'm going to share my screen, so let me know if that's working.
We've got it, thank you.
Okay, so this presentation is similar to what is in the handout I gave, but it's a little more condensed and a bit more information based on other discussions. So I'm in opposition, as you know. So can you see the heading on my screen right now?
Yes.
Mature neighborhoods?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay. So people I know have moved into mature neighborhoods like River Heights and Wolseley because of the character of homes, big trees, and family-oriented lifestyle. When we purchased our house, this meant living with less square footage than in the suburbs for the same price, a sacrifice we were willing to make. Housing in our neighborhood have heavily treed yards with spaces for children and grandchildren to safely play in and family and friends to gather in. Character homes, trees, and yards are in the process of being destroyed by infill housing that has already been approved or constructed, and it's unjust to make sweeping changes to make our voices go away. The main reasons that this zoning change can be applied to mature neighborhoods is because they have back lanes. Infills on lots that are too short and narrow turn back lanes into continuous parking lots because that is the only way these housing developments work. In a past hearing on the subject, a homeowner referred to the infill houses with only parking in the back as heat islands. These heat islands will turn into entire blocks as more of the existing houses and trees are removed to accommodate the infills. This is already happening on entire blocks in River Heights. In River Heights and similar neighborhoods, the soils and clays and silts are clays and silts with significant settlement, heaving, and shifting occurring. As a structural engineer who has looked at over 60 houses in mature neighborhoods, I can state from experience that maximizing fourplexes and multi-story buildings to the limit of the lots will and has had significant structural impacts and resulted in damage to neighboring properties. Accessibility. Houses that have only 3 feet to the property do not provide accessibility between front and backyards, in particular when you put a fence along that line. Age in place. With narrow 25-foot lots and compressed front yards, accessible ramps take up the entire front yard. I've drawn it out on a street like Centennial, and a front yard is completely gone with accessible ramps. This makes them undesirable and removes all front vegetation. We've already seen the back vegetation being removed. Fire codes. Due to fire codes, windows are not allowed on the walls between these houses. If you can't put a window in the south-facing wall of your house, that should tell you something. Safety. It is unsafe to place a ladder between these houses to perform simple maintenance. There are infills that require variances for a lot split, but have the same setback of adjacent houses and match the character of the neighborhood. These lots are deeper, which allows for a small backyard and garage, and the mature trees are retained. These are examples not too far from my house that I think are great examples of infill housing. These infills, again nearby in River Heights, have been on the market for over half a year, priced between $700,000 and $800,000. They replaced the house worth $250,000. The number of housing units has gone from 1 to 4, so housing density has increased, but a starter home has been lost and replaced by 2 houses at 3 times the cost. The setbacks, I have an issue with a lot of the setbacks given. I feel they're far too small, but here's a really glaring example that I think most people really don't understand. So this is a section of Wolseley, and here's a typical house on Wolseley, and their existing setback is 195 feet, okay? So that's the yellow line there, 195 feet to the river. A proposed 25-foot setback would mean a fourplex could go in basically in the red area shown on adjacent lots. So imagine the impact to your house if you had a building that went 25 feet from the river property. It's clearly ridiculous to allow 25 feet setback from a river. And definitely the property value of that house is going down. I was at one of the public information sessions, and there was some information, though not intentional, I believe was misleading. I'd like you to focus on the picture up to the right. That's being called infill housing. This picture now on the left is not infill housing. It shows trees, lots of property on either side. It's actually a really nice new house. What's really infill housing is what's on the right. Those houses are 6 feet apart. There's no windows between them. If you put a fence accessible, wheelchairs, walkers cannot get through there. The backyard is bins and mechanical units and parking. Another example from the public information sessions. So again, look at the picture up on the right. So you've got an infill house, apparently 2 units beside a 2.5-story home. Now, it looks pretty small.
Eric?
It looks really nice.
Eric?
Yeah.
The 5 minutes is up. We're going to go to questions now.
What if people want to hear the rest?
Councillor Eady?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to know what the final part of his presentation
You'll have to
is.
move an extension, Councillor Eady.
Well, my question is, what is the rest of your
So you're-
presentation?
So you're
It's a
asking
question.
a question. Okay. Eric, the question was posed to you. Did you hear it?
Yeah, so just a couple of images from the public information and then slides showing successful development of 600 units in River Heights that have already happened.
Good, thank you.
Next question. Councillor Orlico?
Thank you very much. Quick couple of questions, and I definitely I'm listening, I'm hearing, and I'm working on my amendments. We'll see what happens when we get there. But just want to clarify, and I've been hearing, I'm not 100% on the answer yet, but I think I know it. You pointed out the 25-foot from the river as a setback. But my understanding, and I'll be corrected later on, is it's actually 25-foot back from the flood zone.
Yeah, so the flood zone varies significantly from property to property. So some of those flood zones are within 40 feet of the existing house, and some of them can be 150 feet away. I'm very familiar with the properties down Wolseley. So that flood zone varies, can be literally the 25 feet or it could be 150 feet.
Very good. Thank you very much. That's my question for that one. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next question, Councillor Mays.
I had in my notes, I think you were making some comments about depth of properties and back lane access. I wonder if you could, one of the incongruities in this document is that we're not doing anything about lot size, we're just focused on lot width. So that's a decision that was made by the planning department, and we can debate that if we choose to, but just, can you elaborate your concerns there about the depth of properties, not the width, but the depth of properties?
Yeah, so this picture is from Centennial, and these lots are only 100 feet deep. So that's why there's no room for anything but parking. They don't even have a back door or stairs there. The pictures of the infill housing that I thought looked really nice, they are 120-foot deep lots on Lindsay, and they have room for a small backyard and a garage, and they weren't forced to cut down trees in the front yard because they had enough room to work with.
Okay, next
Thank you.
question, Councillor Mays.
No, that's
Okay, no further questions.
very Glenwood looking, the 100-footer with the paved backyard. So.
Councillor Orlico?
Just to follow up on Councillor Mays. So what I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if a property have a 120-foot depth, that allows a little bit of backyard space, not just a parking lot in the back. But what number would you say would be too short? 100 feet?
100 feet is definitely too short. 110 is probably going to result, I'd say in a typical, because you're going to maximize the house size.
Sure.
So I would say 110 is going to be too short as well.
So 115, 120.
120, like I said, that's what I've seen work.
Okay.
Small backyard, but it still exists.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you for your presentation, Eric.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is Steve McMahon, joining us in person. Steve? There you Okay. Steve is not here, so we'll move on to Gina Zaccardi, also joining us in person. And following Gina, we have Kevin Denby and Caroline Bosch.
Yes.
Alec, somewhere on the list after James Badome, did they canceled out? or-
We do not.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. I don't do this often, so bear with me, please. Madam Speaker, Council, Mayor. So I represent Crescentwood and about 20, 30 other residents in that area, or homeowners. So Crescentwood was developed by Charles Enderton and his associates. It first took shape in 1902, once Wellington Crescent was established as its principal elegant drive. The area would eventually occupy the present-day area that is bounded by Wellington Crescent to the north, west to Cambridge, and south to Grosvenor. It was conceived as a genteel, family owner-occupied neighborhood of single-family homes, an enclave bound by caveats or building restrictions in an era where all development was at the whim and right of the landowner. Why caveats? Why would prospective homeowners, people of means, agree to build under such strict restrictions when they could go anywhere else and have free rein? It is important to note that Winnipeg was not always the city that it is today, a city with a stable economy and very modest population growth of 1.2 to 1.4%. This city was a boom and bust kind of a town where fortunes were made and lost quickly. At the turn of the century, there had been more than a few of its most prosperous citizens adversely affected. Their mansions became rooming houses and worse, and continued willy-nilly unrestricted types of development drove many of Winnipeg's most prestigious neighborhoods into areas of disrepute.
Thank you. That's been noted.
Thank you. Like today, home ownership was the biggest single investment an individual would make. Enderton had an idea to offer a neighborhood where all of those who chose to build there agreed to all manners of conditions and limitations. They would be protected from the intrusions of speculators and landlords for 100 years, thereby preserving the integrity of the neighborhood for generations as single-family owner-occupied. A neighborhood for prosperous Winnipeggers to build their family homes and raise their children. My neighborhood, a neighborhood of forever homes, where many of us would have lived and aged in place for 30, 40, 50 plus years. So here we stand today, facing a city council who will allow the denigration of this historical neighborhood by the same developers and speculators in a misguided attempt to encourage the I apologize. The building of affordable housing. Did I get that deducted from my time? We ask, why follow a recommendation to deregulate zoning? Why decide to privatize urban planning to the whims of developers? Do real estate profiteers care about building a community or filling their pockets? I quote the writer and community advocate James Hardwick from Canadian Dimension of January of this year. Quote, zoning bylaws are the brush with which we paint our cityscapes. They are the collection of regulation that govern what can be built, where, and they are the single most important tool we have for shaping the growth and development of the places we live. Without them, decisions about the future of our homes are dictated by the imperatives of business. We have no national public housing system, no national housing benefit, and no meaningful regulations to prevent predacious investors from inflating housing bubbles. All we have is the private sector, and the private sector has proved itself incapable of solving the housing crisis. Developers are notorious for holding their noses at affordable housing and not building them at all when there's a possibility prices will go down.
I'll note the comments that are being made, please.
Redensifying cities can actually lead to increased infrastructure strain and social infrastructure strain. It can also lead to income inequality, with wealthier residences benefiting from increased property values and gentrification, while low-income residents face displacement and rising costs of living. Redensification does not address the underlying issues of housing affordability. It actually may lead to increased displacement and challenges for low-income residents. So zoning deregulation is not a cure-all. Robin Fisher, professor of urban planning at the U of Montreal, writes, most large cities have residential, commercial, and industrial areas where zoning changes won't create much controversy. These areas are already served by public infrastructure. In addition, consider federal, provincial, or municipal public lands. These areas should all be given priority for redevelopment. How to keep housing affordable? State intervention, non-market housing, and mandatory affordable housing quotas. Strategies like rent control and a national housing benefit. In short, zoning is only one aspect of an affordable housing strategy and not the most targeted approach. Carolyn Witzman of the University of Ottawa Geography Department says, if you want more supply, you have to figure out what's the right supply for people. You have to determine who the housing is for, what sizes, what income categories, and what price points. Ownership of land is really important. To conclude, what we need is more regulation if there truly is a will to effect the creation of more affordable housing units. One moment. I target financial assistance like the Affordable Housing Fund, protect renters with rent controls, and build purpose-built affordable units. I'd like to end with a quote by...
Questions from council? Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for a point of clarification for, are you aware?
I'm probably not aware, no, because I live a very busy life, and I didn't know about what was going on, and neither did any of my area residents that I spoke to, which was most of Yale Avenue.
Councillor Duncan, your question?
And I appreciate a busy life. I relate.
I received a card in the mail.
Okay.
Everybody knows. About a month ago, I think they were sent out, and I went to an open house, and I did not see one person there that I spoke to. Well, actually, there wasn't anybody else to speak to that was for the deregulation.
I guess for the are you aware piece, and I spoke with some of the other delegates during one of the breaks. Unfortunately, this is not for affordable housing. This is not for rent geared to income, and this is not for below market rate housing.
Then what are we doing? I'm sorry.
So
I'm sorry. Then
without going back and
understand.
forth with you, are you aware there are still people who cannot acquire a home in Winnipeg?
Absolutely, and
no matter what their financial status.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I
Thank you.
think, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know how to behave. I also know there's a huge problem with homeless people, and this isn't to address them either. And those are social challenges. Those are mental health issues. Those are trauma issues. They have to do with reconciliation. I mean, this is a complicated issue, of course, but I mean we're talking about deregulation, and I'm just wondering what the point of it is. If it's just to get $165 million. So.
Okay, next speaker, there was a question here. Councillor Orlico?
Yes, sir.
Over here. Me. Here.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you received my postcard.
I did, and thank you.
Yeah.
But I would have loved to have somebody sort of to say this, but I did hear about this fund that was made available. I think it was 2022, and I phoned your office, and I phoned my MP, and I phoned my MLA, and I phoned everybody like 4 times. You were away for quite a period of time, but I phoned maybe 4 or 5 times, and nobody got back to me because I wanted to know how it was going to roll out. How was this going to affect us? Because you know what? I think we have the right to choose what kind of a neighborhood we live in.
Well, and that's why.
This is a massive investment.
It actually is, Gina, and that's why I was concerned about the lack of feedback I was getting from the thousands of emails. Well, again, I know, and that's what the postcards were used for, as on top of the thousands and thousands of emails I sent up. Hopefully,
Gina, we'll let the councillor finish.
So if you would like to, are you aware that we do have an e-bulletin system? That there's a system we have at orlico.ca that if you want to know exactly what's happening in our neighborhood, go. So there you are. So you can tell Mr. Bowles as well that I think he has signed up, that they should sign up for that. Because again, I agree with you. Having input from the neighborhood is very valuable. I think it makes better developments. My question though right now for you is what they're talking about a little bit in this is called the form built. Form built rather than, so we have some pretty large houses in the Crescent area. I'm on Dromore. Dorchester. And again, I grew up on Yale. Yeah, and my mother, we've been in there for quite a few generations. So I understand the feeling, and that's why it's concerned that people weren't consulting us bad enough. But if we had a house that looked like a Crescentwood house, that had 3 families in it, would that be bad?
Yes, well, listen, for me, I'm not, the historic, it needs to be, every house needs to look the same, because this neighborhood was a heterogeneous neighborhood.
Yeah.
It was developed over phases.
Yeah.
And that money in the caveats that allowed you to build your home never changed. So you go from these grand mansions to fairly modest homes,
Yeah.
right? So, no, and I love when, you see something different. I support architects, I support people with ideas, but no, my neighbors that I've spoken to on my street are opposed to them being non-owner occupied. That you are leaving these development to people who will go where the money is, right? So it's more profitable for them to have rentals. And I mean, sometimes you'll have a duplex with the owner who lives on one level and there's a renter. But no, we wanted to live in a single family development, and that's the way that we would like it to stay, even though we stand here as people who would profit from this. Because suddenly the value of my property, because it's such a nice, big, deep lot, you can't do a 4-plex from what I understand, but you could certainly do a triplex.
Okay.
Next question.
So, and I understand what you're saying about the owner-occupied. What about condominiums? Would that be something to be okay?
Well, I think if they were going to be owner-occupied and they were going to be triplexes, they probably, I'm thinking that is what a developer might do if they were thinking about the neighborhood and it being an owner-occupied neighborhood.
Right.
But
So rent.
not really. I'm going to say most people go, well, geez, then what about the back lanes? There's going to be 1 parking stall per unit, and then everybody's going to be on the street, and then, we still have ceramic pipes for sewage, and, I mean, it's a big, big pressure on the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Mays.
I don't know who's who, so
I'll
sorry.
decline the.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mays.
You seem to have a quote ready to end your presentation, so can you?
Oh, I was going to quote, I had 2 quotes. I was going to quote the patron saint of communities, and that's Jane Jacobs. No, I'm not going to do that. Well, it was very short, but Kingsley Bowles is the 4th generation of his family to live in a home that was built by his great-grandfather. That's 4 generations. And so he wanted me to say, and if I can quote him, please. Sheldon, surprisingly, who has so much to say about so many things, had nothing to say. But anyways, so my neighbor, Kingsley Bowles, wanted me to remind the mayor and city council not to make this mistake. Don't have your legacy at City Hall be those people who back in 2025 gambled and irreversibly messed up our neighborhood. Unquote.
Next is Councillor Wyatt.
I hope that didn't offend anybody.
Are you aware that today in Canada, we largely have a middle class? Largely, I believe, a lot of economists argue, because of our early policies as a nation with regards to the decentralization of land and land ownership. Are you aware of that?
Probably not.
Okay. Are you aware that in 1867, the GDP of Canada and the GDP per capita of Mexico was exactly the same?
No, really, that's interesting.
And that is directly related. Are you aware that the early Canadian government decentralized land into small holdings? The Mexicans had a policy of big haciendas, few hundred families controlling everything. Are you aware of that?
I think so, actually, that they did have, because it was only they were the upper class and everybody else.
Right, and you see what Mexico is like today. Yeah. And are you aware that though we did apply that policy in rural Canada, with our urban growth, we have not applied policy. And I'll give you an example. Are you aware in Transcona, the community that I represent, that the CN Shop billion-dollar project at the time was supposed to be on the south side of the shops, was instead moved on the north side. Why? Because a gentleman by the name of Kern bought up all the land on the north side, which was worth nothing because the gate was not going to be there, it was going to be itself, and went to see the executives and convinced them, as you could imagine, how to move it. Are you aware of that?
No, but I'm not surprised.
Okay, and are you aware that today the development industry in this country is relatively small in every city? And that we seem to rate policies that seem to want to deal with a handful of people versus, let's say, we as a city going out
absolutely.
and building
Yes.
a street and selling it off to people who can go out and build their own homes. Are you aware that we have a different system than that?
Yes, I am. I also am aware that the biggest landowner in this country is, what do they call them? It's like a big corporate land, an REIT, I think, or something they call them.
Well,
But
there's another, I know who that person is.
Councillor
But anyway,
Wyatt, done?
And I guess my last question is, by and large, in the last 20 years, we've seen a shift away from home ownership in terms of multiple family. We once had a strong condominium sector. That's pretty well gone now. We're now, you see multiple family projects, RMF, being built, and they are largely rental products that you have tenants who rent. And so are you aware that, by and large, the majority of the fourplexes, which is going to be the product that's going to be the most interest here to the development industry, will be largely rentals?
yes,
Okay,
I'm
you're aware of
expecting
that.
them
And there's
to
nothing
be.
wrong with that, other than the fact that homeownership has been the core of the middle class in this country of maintaining it.
It's our
It's
biggest
been well proven.
investment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Orlikow?
Gina, I'm going to ask you this question in all due respect. But my office gets very concerned when I get very concerned when I hear that we never returned your call, which you mentioned.
Actually, I knew you were away, and then I didn't call again.
But we do have you down, so we make notes of everybody call we do. So I'm not sure if you remember, but on December 7th, on 23, our office spoke to you about you being very concerned and angered about the way half is being rolled out and having fourplex as a neighbor. We had that conversation, our office had that conversation.
Not with me, I swear to God.
Oh,
Not with me.
Again, I have it in my notes, so I'm just saying, just want.
No, I phoned Georgina about a month ago. That would have been the conversation I had, not in 2023 or whatever. No, because if I'd been 2023, you would know who I was.
I did know who you were, yeah, but.
I'm sorry, no, that's
Okay,
absolutely
that's quite a while
not
ago.
true.
Let's take that offline.
Yeah, no problem.
There are notes.
Just want that on the record.
Appreciate that.
Just wanted the record for
Any
myself.
other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your presentation today.
And thank you for being so nervous.
No, you did fine,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kevin Denby, joining us in person.
Kevin, good
Madam Speaker,
afternoon.
excuse me. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I never public speak. This isn't going to go well. Edmonton new zoning edit. Build as much crap as fast as possible. For the sake of this, I'm not going to say crap in front of you guys. Think substandard. This is in the Edmonton Journal, June 2nd, yesterday. I'll go as fast as I can so I get all in. Actually, I edited a lot out. City Council will meet on Tuesday to review the first year of the new zoning bylaw. And the reason I brought this up is came on my phone yesterday, and several of the for the proposal that agreed with this stuff used Edmonton a lot. They mentioned Edmonton a lot. So let's just see what goes on. The report notes that some tweaks are necessary. When the city unveiled its new city plan a few years ago, we heard a different tune. One of the best ways to build a better future, it was argued, was to prioritize growth within existing neighborhoods. Adding strategic density along major corridors and nodes would support more amenities, grocery stores, restaurants, investment in transit, schools, and rec centers, costing less per capita to maintain and service. This density would be especially crucial with a shrinking industrial base, more costs downloaded by the provincial government, and other economic headwinds heading our way. Now, okay, some of this stuff isn't going to apply to us because we're Winnipeg, we're not Edmonton, there's differences. To allow for more flexibility, this council fast-tracked the consolidation of zoning rules by increasing the permitted number of townhomes, basements, and garden suites. Predominantly single-family neighborhoods could comfortably welcome more neighbors, while substitute townhomes, basements, and garden suites with 2, 3, and 4 plexes. And that's us. This gradual densification would help maintain Edmonton's housing affordability while also reducing per capita emissions. But here's how the vision actually turned out in Garneau. As a historic 15-minute neighborhood next to the University of Alberta, Garneau is already one of the densest neighborhoods in Edmonton. Yet the main drag, 109th Street, remains as pockmarked as ever by vacant lots and parking lots. Derelict properties bought up over the years by speculators remain untouched. In Garneau, council's big payoff is boarding houses. Over the past year, giant utilitarian complexes have been popping up throughout residential streets surrounding the university. Historic homes are making way for micro-suites. Forget high-rises along the corridors. Forget established infill developers building beautiful townhomes and garden suites. The city plan is about replacing century-old character with shoddy construction serving self-serving houses. We're not going that way. We're doing 2, 3, and 4 plexes next to single-family homes. This is a little different, but it does get down to some of the stuff's happening here. City Council recently doubled down on this shift. Since Garneau is near public transit, they've given city planners the direction to automatically recommend any rezoning up to 8 stories. Context and build form don't matter. If a builder adds more units, whether or not it actually increases the number of residents, city planners will swear that this is very essential of the city plan. Now, I know none of you guys are going to say, yeah, let's put up 8 stories. Okay, I have a pretty good feeling. I think I know that. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's you. Last month, council voted 9-3 to proactively upzone some of the more historic streets to make room for 6-story towers. Again, I don't think you would ever do that. I have faith in this council. Despite the uproar from residents, many Garneau Community League, despite the uproar from residents, despite the Garneau Community League asking for a pause to allow it to work with the U of A Planning School on a neighborhood plan, a progressive majority on the council didn't bat an eye. What did they ask for in exchange for unlocking valuable development potential? Nothing. No considerations for architectural, affordable housing or communities. Okay, I'll get to the main thing. Or to just, basically, what I want you to do is go on to the Edmonton Journal and just type in Edmonton City, well, I had to type in Edmonton City crap. That's how I got this back up. And read this article. I don't believe you guys would do stuff like this, but still, I don't like the idea of these infills, especially I'm in Windsor Park, and I could have one of these right next to me because I have a back lane, and I'm in the shaded area. I looked at the map when I went to the open houses you had. So, yeah, I'm against this. I think we should have some say. I don't think we shouldn't be allowed not to come out and stop some of these, but that's just my opinion. And just one quick note, my time's up. Yesterday, the first person up speaking against this was Kelly Ryback, and some of you, I believe, know Kelly Ryback. Kelly Ryback and I went to...
Kevin, the time is up.
Just 2 seconds, just two sentences here. Kelly Ryback and I went to school, and we were friends, and when I was there, I was a grade ahead of him. I would submit that council would unanimously agree that even though I am a year older than Kelly Ryback, I look much younger. Thank you.
Okay. We'll now take questions. Councillor Mays.
Hello, that. And yes, Windsor Park, we haven't heard from throughout this, so it's interesting to hear, and Councillor Allard and I have talked about Windsor Park and what the best approach might be there, so it's not forgotten. Oddly, your comment about 8 stories just brings to mind, and something perhaps we can ask Mr. Kiernan about tomorrow. Actually, there is a provision in here under the complete communities, the secondary plan amendment, which is down at number 5, which talks about moving from 5 or 6 stories to 8 stories. Told by Mr. Kostick here that that's kind of an administrative cleanup, but this does permit for 8 stories in some medium residential areas. That's an amendment we're being asked to make. Going to have to ask the clerks about jurisdiction on that, but in short, yeah, you're saying we're not dealing with 8 stories, but it appears we may be dealing with it in a kind of indirect sense. So just, are you aware of that we do have this one 8-story issue hanging over us?
No, all I've ever heard and all I saw at the open houses and all I ever saw was 2, 3, and 4 plexes. There was never any mention about any of those open houses about that. And I mean, I can't even imagine that. I can't even fathom.
Not to create fear where I don't need to, but I will perhaps ask the clerk at the break, because council's the hearing body for the 4s and 4s, beauty, bulletproof, but I don't know that we're the hearing body for 8-story, for complete communities amendments that don't pertain to that. But anyway, thank you for that, and it did twig to this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
That what I was talking about earlier, might have been listening or not, that home ownership and the ownership of land in this country has been a core part of ensuring we have a middle class. Do you believe in that?
Yes, and also, I believe yesterday you mentioned the Canadian dream when you were talking. And when I was growing up in the 60s, that was, the Canadian dream was a house with a yard, and that's what it was. But Councillor Lukes also mentioned, she was talking about her area, and she was talking about how the people coming into her area, the new Canadians, this isn't their dream. They may not want a yard. They may not, they're used to they're used to high density housing. This is what they're used to. Well, no.
It's hard to generalize, but.
Okay,
Yeah.
not all of them, no, but they're used to the families all living together. They're used to density. That's not what we are.
And are you aware that this country has a pretty clear history in municipal development of land speculation, this early city, in few hands to develop land? That seems to be a trend now, that the density argument, which I fully respect our planners and have a lot of respect for their education and background, but I would argue are being hoodwinked by the very industry to facilitate further centralization of wealth and the undermining of the Canadian middle class by the fact that they have to rent on them.
I got to be totally honest with you. I got a grade 12 education. I honestly didn't understand what you said.
All right.
It just right over my head. I am sorry.
All right.
I finished high school and I went into a government job.
Okay.
I didn't go to university. If you could.
Let me say this way. Now, basically, if you can't afford to buy a house, what are you going to do? What are you going to do if you can't afford to buy a property right now? You're going to rent, right?
Yeah.
You're going to have to live somewhere.
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you're aware that it's harder now, based on all the statistics out there, for young people, for example, to be able to qualify and be able to get a home in a city that they're working in.
Yes.
Never mind having a community. You're aware of that phenomenon happening in the country. So basically what I'm saying, maybe I have to as an aware question, that the idea of the dream you just talked about is becoming less and less tenable for more people in this country. And that the savings that you acquire, are you aware, largely the Canadian middle class savings has been driven by the ability to save via equity through the home that they own, which Councillor Dobson talked about. You're aware of that, and that if that's undermined, then the very middle class is being undermined. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Is that better? Like now that kind of sleeps on.
Sort of, still a little above me, but I
Okay,
get
all right.
most of it. I mean,
Okay.
but yeah, I totally, Councillor, I get what you're saying, and it's just, I'm not so much, I mean, I've seen infill houses. In fact, ironically, my wife and I, our first house was on Morley. We heard it was for sale. We went down Morley, we saw the for sale sign, we came back, next year, the house was gone, and it was an infill house. Honestly, it looked better.
One last question, Madam Speaker. And are you aware that we as a council could set a policy that actually could resolve and address all the concerns about the attack on the Canadian middle class? All we have to do is say that 2/3 of a fourplex, or 3 units, or maybe 3/4, I should say, 3 units out of 4, or 2/3 of a threeplex, 2 out of 3, or half of a duplex, 1 out of 2, shall have a caveat registered to the title requiring proof, and the onus is on the person living there, proof that they are owner-occupied. And that would ensure the middle class itself in this country would continue to grow, and it would prove, and it would demonstrate to the federal Liberals, are they really sincere about supporting the middle class and instead of big companies? Anyway.
Okay, I'll answer this quickly. I'm not against this in that sense. What I'm against is me not being able to say that my neighbor's house next door, I hope never happens, catches fire, burns down, it gets bought by one of these developers. Now, I'm a back lane in Windsor Park. I was in the purple zone there where I can get a 2 or a 4-plex next to me. That's all I'm saying. I should have some say against it.
Final question, Councillor Wyatt.
Are you aware I've done a ton of rezonings in the community that I represent? And a lot of it's been very hard because of the very change you're talking about. But it is change in terms of what we perceive as what a community looks like. However, what I would argue are you aware that it's probably more important to concentrate about that the underlying economic conditions of the families there and their ability to save or not save is more important than density and everything else put together. If it's dense, that's just how other people live in other cities too, and life continues, but it's a change. It's a change, and I'll give you that, and it's hard to change sometimes, right?
I agree with you. I'm not against this density, I'm not against these 4-plex and that, but I should be able to have some say. I don't want the zoning just to go through or do that thing where I have to go online. That's all I'm saying. I just want to be able to say something.
Thank you, Kevin. That concludes our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Madam Clerk, is there any other presenters in support?
In opposition?
In opposition, pardon me.
Yes, we did have a late registration from Caroline Bosch, but she hasn't joined the Zoom meeting, and just confirming that Caroline isn't in person. Seeing none, that concludes our list of registered speakers. Is there anyone whose name hasn't been called and wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Seeing none.
Seeing none, we'll move on to those for information.
Correct. Our first registered speaker for information is Debbie Vokey, and she's joining us via Zoom. Okay. Debbie, if you want to just go ahead and turn on your camera and unmute yourself, you have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to play a video. Here we go. Hi, I'm Debbie Vokey. This is Gay Avenue in the neighborhood of Glenwood. By now, the councillor should have received an email from the Glenwood Neighborhood Association with several recommendations. My house is 100 years old. It was built 1 foot from the property line. The infill next to me was built 3 feet from the property line. So the houses are 4 feet apart. This creates an issue. My bedroom window is here, and the front door and front steps to the infill are 4 feet away from my bedroom window. Everybody has a different lifestyle. Some people like to entertain a lot, they work shift work, and their entertaining is done at different hours than mine. The renter next door is a good renter. He's a good guy, I like him. However, his lifestyle is different than mine, and that's okay. But he entertains, and people are coming and going from his front steps late hours at night. He's a respectful renter, and because of that, he makes sure that people aren't smoking in his rental, because that's not allowed. They come out onto the front steps here to smoke. They are talking in a normal voice, maybe a bit of laughter, no carrying on, no screaming, no yelling. However, when it's 4 feet from my bedroom window, it wakes me up. This is not a renter problem. This is a design problem. That needs to be addressed and fixed. We need to look at door placement when you're building this close to the house next door. Follow me. This is another issue. Where all the mechanicals are. I'm in the, what I call, echo chamber between the houses. I've got the high efficiency exhaust here next to my other bedroom window, 4 feet away. I've got the fan exhaust here for the fans inside this home, which is 4 feet away from my window. And unfortunately, when this is running, it has a very high pitch whistle to it. It drives me crazy. I do everything I can to try to cushion the sound by placing a memory foam topper in my window. I can still hear it. Door placement is key when you're building next to an existing home. We've also heard from other people in our neighborhood that are struggling with door placement because when we've got doors on the side and we've got bedrooms right across, it creates an issue. As you can see, I'm walking on crushed granite. This was not what was in the landscaping plan. The landscaping plans have shrubs, trees, grass in them. And for some reason, all of these landscaping with crushed granite down the street, they've got crushed quarter down as a front landscape. Those were not what was proposed, and they should not be signed off on, but they are being signed off in our neighborhood. We need to get that fixed. So that's just a few of the issues that we're having. So our recommendations are that door placement should either be on the interior wall, or if it's a fourplex, that would be, closer to the center, and certainly not on the sides where it affects the house next door. Thank you for your considerations.
Thank you, Debbie.
Hello.
Thank you,
Hello,
Debbie.
and I should have a minute and 10 seconds left here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and finish up. The infill next to me was built several years ago and required a variance. The variance was approved, and then the developer changed their home design, and I had no say, just like as of right. Further to my video, the mechanical placements in my case are to building code. However, that creates livability issues that can be addressed for future builds by expecting them to be at the back. Door placement should not be allowed on existing, door placement should not be allowed by existing homes' bedrooms. Now is the time to address this by making amendments. A year ago, the Glenwood Neighborhood Association had a residents' meeting, and the overwhelming concerns from residents was compliance. In page 15 of the document that was sent
Debbie,
from
five,
the Glenwood
five
Neighborhood-
seconds, Debbie, to wrap up, please.
I was done okay.
Okay, you're done?
Sorry.
We do
No,
have,
I just wanted to finish my sentence. That's fine.
we do have questions, perhaps? No, thank you. Thank you for your presentation and your video.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, next.
Our next speaker is Patrick McGarry. And Patrick is
In
joining
person?
us in person.
Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, Mr. Mayor, Madam Chairperson Sharma. It's great to be here, and thank you for hosting this very important public meeting. You probably don't get a lot of praise for that, and suffer accordingly, but anyway, I'm happy this forum exists. I'm going to stick to the point. You've heard lots about it, a lot of different issues related to rezoning. My point is about how I love the rivers of Winnipeg, the Assiniboine and the Red, and they are so much a fabric of our city. You all love them too, I'm sure. Why I'm on as for information rather than for or against, actually, I see a lot of environmental health and economic benefits from infill housing. Maybe you haven't heard a lot, maybe you have today. At any rate, the idea of wastewater flow increasing and how that would compromise, potentially, combined sewers. I live in a R1 combined sewer district, and I am concerned about that. And in trying to get information to satisfy myself, and hopefully you as councillors, that in fact the effect of this zoning amendment is, will certainly increase wastewater flow. And how is that to be handled? You're already at a threshold, you're under Environment Act license. How much more room is there in the system? And what is being done to mitigate that? What is the assessment being? In fact, I couldn't figure out what the assessment has been because nobody was able to provide that information. The net effect is that if you add new wastewater flow to a combined sewer, you reduce the capacity for wet weather flow. That potentially is a problem. That means you'd also be in violation of your Environment Act license, which is pretty clear on that. Maybe mitigation has been reviewed in different ways, in different forms. I'm just urging council and councillors to satisfy themselves that, in fact, implementing this zoning amendment will not exacerbate the problem. Just two quick points. One is the CSO Master Plan of 2019. I'll just do a quick quote here. The assumption in the hydraulic model for CSO, combined sewer, is that population remains at existing levels for purpose of the model because of Clause 8 of the EA license being in effect. That would mean that any increase in wastewater flow from development and infill must be contained on new sites. Add to that the letter I attached to the material I submitted. City's own engineer brought up mitigation for that problem as well, and that on-site storage may be required or should be required so that wet weather flow does not increase. No, I don't know what has been done since then in terms of trying to mitigate this issue. I would like to know. So, and I tried to find that out. And just in perspective, how much time I have?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. In perspective, the potential for increase in wastewater flow from infill is significant. I did a quick calculation there. I'm not going to go through it, but it's not too hard to double or triple flow over time as more and more infill housing comes into effect. So there is a problem there. I'd be very interested to know how it's being addressed. The city itself indicated that they would consider on-site storage. If that is so, I don't see it in the draft bylaw, and that's where it should be. Because you spend a lot of time worrying about setbacks, heights, distances, all of which I have concerns about too at times, but I think you've heard and studied that issue quite a lot already at this point. So in summation, in my last 30 seconds, I'll just quickly go through my recommendations. That overflows into Winnipeg's rivers from combined service will not increase in frequency or volume. The incidence and level of backup, basement backups will not increase in combined sewer districts. The requirements of Clause 8 and other environmental legislation will be met through implementation of the zoning bylaw amendment, and that requirements for on-site storage be included in the bylaw, so that in effect you will be in compliance, and wet weather flows will not increase and exacerbate our river problem. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for our presenter? Councillor Mays, yes?
First, thank you for using exacerbate correctly, not exasperate. Thank you for doing that. Secondly, the answer is Sherlock Holmes-like. It's the absence of the provision that is the clue here. It's in the sewer bylaw. You'll remember perhaps the first day here we were saying this doesn't amend the sewer bylaw. Answer, no, it doesn't amend the sewer bylaw. So multifamily defined for the purposes of the sewer bylaw is 3 and 4 units. You got to do the retention. You got to do the land drainage. You might say, but wait, you're putting in a duplex where you had a single family home. Doesn't that violate Clause 8? We've had that debate here for years, and the answer is no, is how we've landed, whether for good or bad. So it is being addressed. It does, however, lead to, and there's a question coming, concerns about, I know Councillor Allard has said this, aren't we making it easier to start densifying outside the mature communities when we just did the infill guidelines 3 years ago? All this debate about loss of population and decaying neighborhoods and houses passed. So you'll hear some amendments tomorrow, I think, that will try to encourage more of this into the mature communities. But do you have your concerns about the CSO, I guess, is the part of the concern, well, what the impact would be on these mature communities?
The impact on the communities, if wastewater flow increases without mitigation, that leads to increased incidence of basement backups, I would think.
Yeah.
Unless the city water and waste department has some better ideas for mitigation, which I haven't seen. I know they have a wonderful hydraulic model that took years to develop and cost a lot of money that could be put to use in trying to determine in each sewer shed what the impact of putting half a block or half a neighborhood into infill housing. And that could happen over time. I think the tools are available. I'm not sure what the mitigation is. And I hope council can figure that out as well. It's not transparent. Simply referring to a process in water and waste well, I don't know what's in there. It's a black box. And unless this is assessed properly, how that's done, I mean, even design, you're going to do on-site storage. What if I'm the last guy in as a developer? Too bad, we're out of capacity. That's uncertainty, unpredictability, neither of which you want, and that's on the development side. On the homeowner side, we're got increased risk, and so do the rivers of Winnipeg.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, there are 5 more speakers.
Correct. Our next speaker is Ray Hessline, joining us via Zoom. And following Ray, we'll hear from Christopher Ecclesio, Vic Giesbrecht, and Walter Kleinschmidt.
Chris, I'd like to ask you to come on the bench, please. Okay.
Hi, Ray, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Hessline. I live on Egerton Road in the neighborhood of Glenwood. I'm a member of the Glenwood Neighborhood Association. You've heard earlier from some others in our association. I'm going to put forward 5 additional recommendations to the city regarding the rollout of infill densification aided by HAF funding. These recommendations, as well as the ones previously presented by my GNA colleagues, along with supporting documentation, were sent to all councillors and to the mayor's office about 10 days ago. I won't have time to go into all of the supporting documents. Recommendation number 1, the GNA recommends that the city require all developers and builders of infill housing to be members of the Manitoba Home Builders Association. This will improve the quality of the developments, reduce the impositions on communities due to improper practices, and reduce the costs of compliance enforcement for the city. And I'm going to read you a reply the GNA received from Lanny McInnes, the president and CEO of Manitoba Home Builders Association. Quote, our members must demonstrate they meet our stringent membership requirements, that is core certification, warranty coverage, proper permits, reputational checks, etc., before they can apply for membership in our association. And they must continue to meet our requirements in order to maintain membership within the MHBA. This does also mean that not all builders or developers who operate in Manitoba are able to meet our requirements and standards. I can assure you that our association and our members raise the same concerns regarding builders and developers who don't comply with city requirements with the administration. We work closely with the city administration on identifying ways to improve compliance with the city requirements across the board, including better enforcement. But our ability to work directly with builders to better comply with the city requirements, unfortunately, does not extend beyond our own membership. As a voluntary association, we can only work with our members on issues regarding builder compliance. We don't have any ability to work with builders who don't belong to our association or to assist with complaints regarding their activities. Recommendation number 2, the GNA recommends that the city prepare plans for infill that outline the expected pace of infill, the expected resulting increase in density, and the distribution of infill within neighborhoods. The GNA and its area councillor, Brian Mays, have made this request for many years. We feel it is a fair and reasonable request for existing and potential residents. Recommendation 3, the GNA recommends that the city develop park space in areas of infill to support leisure and recreational opportunities, especially for children, in order to compensate for the loss of backyards resulting from the density increases and parking requirements. Recommendation number 4, the GNA recommends that infill development be prioritized to the first 400 meters from the major transit routes of St. Anne's and St. Mary's roads. Observations by residents have documented that most residents living more than 400 meters from transit do not use it, but choose to drive. This would also be consistent with the request by Ours Winnipeg that a 350-foot buffer zone free from densification west of the Seine River be established. And recommendation number 5, the GNA recommends that the city specifically address future environmental objectives already expressed in city documents when carrying out HAF-promoted housing. These objectives should be supported by efforts such as promoting roof design and orientation to facilitate solar installation, eliminating fossil fuel use for heating, providing for home charging of electrical vehicles, and maintaining tree cover to provide climate moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Are there any questions, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Ray, I always appreciate your presentations. Thank you. And I can appreciate why you and some others have called for any builder to be part of Manitoba Home Builders Association or some other association. Just the question, are you aware on the Manitoba Home Builders Association's own website, requirement for all applicants, you must be in business for 2 or more years. So just are you aware? So if there's someone who is wanting to, let's say, buy the property next to them and put up a duplex, and they're not a builder, but they want to do this as maybe something towards retirement. There's hurdles, I think, to getting into that membership. So you don't have to fix that. I just want to make you aware of that. Thank you.
If I can comment on that, yes. I think, we're talking about probably a relatively small portion of the developments under this program. And maybe some of the clever people in administration can figure out essentially a loophole for that condition. But as other members of the GNA have expressed in their presentations, the number one biggest problem identified by residents in our area is a lack of compliance. And I think Councillor Mays has also noted that he's received thousands of emails or calls about these kinds of conditions. And we feel that this not only would be a much better way of doing it, since the association already exists and is well organized, but also a much cheaper way for the city, because if things are done well, you don't have to spend a lot of money on compliance. And right now, our experience, and we've had over 150 lot split developments in Glenwood, our experience is that there's a high percentage of non-compliance, and the city simply does not have the resources to look after it in appropriate timescales.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. Seeing no further questions, appreciate your presentation. Christopher Classio is next in person. Following that, Vic Giesbrecht, if you're here, please come down to the bench. Welcome, Chris.
I would like to first start by saying to City Council, City staff, and City clerks, thank you again for your service on the matter on zoning rules within our city. I truly believe in my heart and body that this council will approve these rules, rule changes, but with amendments. With that being said, I hope my own city councilor will vote yes, or at the end of the debate in this council. If you're thinking about residents like myself who is one of those who are unable to afford a home, and for future generations. To the folks who spoke in support, oppositions, and for information, thank you all for your civic engagement in the city process. Hello, my name is Chris Classio. I am a longtime resident in Debbie Sharma's ward, almost 32 years of my life. In my entire life, and I was not able to attend any of the information sessions related to these new zoning rules. From my perspective, from my understanding, these rule changes are citywide, but a lot of these changes will have more impact on mature neighborhoods, and not in suburban neighborhoods like myself in the Maples or Burroughs area. After hearing all the remarks from both opposition and for those who are support of this public hearing, on the public record, I would like to request through the speaker, could the clerks move my position from for information to who is in support these zoning reforms? This past weekend, I attended a book launch from one of the people who usually talks in this chamber, from Michelle Durand Wood, about You'll Pay for This, and it's about a book on city finance, municipal finance. And a lot of the concerns that are addressed about how this will affect the city for future generation is the thing that I'm thinking about right now. But again, I also wrote a written submission about how these zoning rules should be also looked at the bigger picture with the big changes with the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, with conversations about combined sewer issues. And one way to address those concerns, I don't know if the conversations have been had in this chamber or in this city hall, is about investing in more green infrastructure. That will help mitigate some of these combined sewer problems that this city has spoken about. And a former mayor once said that Winnipeg will be a population growth of 1 million people strong by 2030, but we know that it will be around 2032. And so I hope, once again, in support that if you do support this this move in council, that this will help support that 1 million people strong dream that this city hopes to achieve in the future. But I did have questions about how the city is going to address the trees and environmental protections, and so I hope that is put into your considerations. And lastly, one other question. I always hear people talk about parking minimums, but I know a city councilor has been talking about parking maximums. I hope that conversation is also included in addressing some of these concerns that people have about parking and how homes are being built. So that's all I have to say, and thank you again so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Christopher? Not today. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Vic Giesbrecht. Just checking, is Vic in the gallery? Seeing no.
Caroline is trying to get into the meeting. I don't know much more than that.
Our clerk will look into that in support or in opposition.
Caroline was registered late in the day in opposition,
Okay.
so we called her name, but she wasn't in the meeting.
We'll see about getting back to that. In the meantime, do we have?
We'll continue with for information.
Do you have Caroline in the?
No.
No, she's not in the waiting room. Next, Madam Clerk.
So Vic Giesbrecht is not here, so we'll hear from Walter Kleinschmidt, who's participating via Zoom.
Thank you. Walter, good afternoon. You'll have to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I speak to you today as a long-term resident of St. Boniface. I arrived in 1954. I grew up, started my family, had 5 children, still have 5 children, and had my first job from a St. Boniface residential base. After working on 3 continents, I returned to St. Boniface to retire. I wanted to be back home. I therefore speak to you today, not as a member of the Old St. Boniface Residents Association, of which I am a member, but as an advocate on a personal basis of age in place, something I've learned to appreciate more and more every year. And that requires availability of housing options, both in terms of style, size, and affordability. This bylaw can do that, but it does not address affordability directly in terms of a set of rules of law. The bylaw 143 did address affordability, so I see no reason why that issue is omitted in bylaw 59. I will stick with all my carefully crafted words to impress you and go directly to the recommendations that on affordability. I propose some possible wording to the bylaw, which helps me word logically my recommendations. Whereas the HF initial focus includes infill housing within mature communities, and whereas age-in-place consideration requires a mixture of owners and tenants that represent new participants, young families, mature families, and retired families, and whereas access to housing must include access to affordable housing within the mix offered in a community, be it resolved that the bylaw be amended as follows. Specific regulations to define and facilitate inclusion of affordable housing within infill project within mature communities. 1, provide 1 affordable residential unit in any fourplex built as of right. 2, one affordable residential unit within any pairs of duplexes built on the same street or by the same related owner or developer. Secondly, a provision that developers can, within a reasonable, within the allowable building envelope, the total floor area, plan one extra residential unit, 4 instead of 3 or 5 instead of 4, subject to additional unit being rented as a deeply affordable unit. So that we don't increase the use of land, but we just provide within the 4 approved walls an extra rental unit. The next point may be a little more difficult to cope with. Allow a developer to assemble adjacent R1 and R2 plots to allow the development of row house style residences, connected vertical duplexes with all units accessible from a front door facing entry point to provide a consistent topology with the adjacent residents on the street. And lastly, a point that's already been raised before, that the bylaw clearly states that no variations will be considered for any residential unit or units built under the as of right building regulations. An identical provision should be added in bylaw 143/2024. And what is not written in the note, because I did send that to our Councillor Matala, I would like to add the recommendation of Councillor Wyatt that the infill housing, somehow if we could create a bias in the regulation to make it easier for owners to be the developer or to be one owner of one of the units within or resident within a multiplex infill house. Doing all of these things will ensure that the neighborhood that I live in and that we all live in St. Boniface in my case, will have different shapes of housing, different size of housing, but the housing can attract, meet, and satisfy the demands of a public as varied as it did beforehand, except improved with the capacity. St. Boniface is benefiting from a very strong immigration and addition to the population, large families, as other communities, and it's a very dynamic community. So I would like to see it to be able to accommodate all the people that want to live here, send their children to French schools, which is an added advantage of living here rather than in central Winnipeg, where some do, and find it difficult to have access to French schools, although there are some there too, I don't realize that. And the bylaw amendments which I suggest would allow it to maintain the type of housing. Yes.
Walter, that concludes your time. We will go to questions right now if there's any. Councillor Lard.
Speak French, perhaps for the first time today. Alors, Walter, merci pour la présentation. Et merci de me l'avoir envoyé. Comme tu le sais probablement, comme nous sommes dans un processus d'audience publique, ce serait bien de partager avec le conseil municipal ta présentation. Alors, si tu veux le faire, je t'invite à le faire avec le greffier. Mr. Clerk, would it be possible to get Mr. Kleinschmidt's submission at this point, or no? No. Est-ce que tu voulais, est-ce que tu voudrais nous faire parvenir quelque chose?
Oui, je peux l'envoyer immédiatement. Je ne l'ai pas envoyé parce que les règlements prévoyaient que ce soit envoyé avant midi, vendredi dernier, qui pour moi n'était pas possible.
Okay, so
je peux le faire maintenant.
Is it?
Yes, Walter can certainly send it into city clerks.
OK. Et Walter, vous savez où, tu sais où envoyer ça?
Oui.
Pour que ce soit inclus? OK. Merci beaucoup pour la présentation. Je vois que tu es de l'autre côté de la rivière virtuellement.
Okay.
Merci.
Thank you. Walter, thank you for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Madam Clerk, next speaker is virtual. It's Caroline. Or is it Kaylee first? Katie?
Yes. Okay, so if you would like to go back, we haven't finished for information, but if...
Okay, let's finish the information and then we'll go back.
We had Katie Hedeline Sharif. Okay, she's not speaking today. We also had Paulette Tugas, who is not speaking, and then Sean Burkowski, who is also not speaking. Is there anyone whose name has not been called and wishes to speak for information on the application? Nope, seeing none. Okay, we did have Caroline join the meeting late, so we can go back to her. Caroline, if you can go ahead and turn on your camera and unmute yourself, you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my apologies. I registered late and only received the link to the meeting around 3 o'clock and unfortunately went to my junk mail. So I'll do a bit of an abbreviated version of my speech. So my name is Caroline Bosk. I am a resident of St. Vital. I am a resident of 224 Parkville Bay, which is a 60-foot lot with a single family dwelling, 1,100 square feet, with no back lane. So bingo, I am directly one of the homeowners that this zoning plan rewrite affects. If I decided to sell my house tomorrow, or once this comes into effect, a developer could build it or could buy the lot from us and build anywhere from 2 to 4 units on our lot. Other than being resident of St. Vital, I am a young mother. I have 8-month-old twins, so if you hear some squawking in the background, that's because they're wondering why I'm not playing with them. And I'm also a professional interior designer, trained here in Manitoba. I work for a large architectural firm. I work on multifamily residential projects. I work on new schools, most recently one going up in Sage Creek for the province or for the city and for the Louis School Division, as well as doing large additions to public buildings. So I'm very familiar with the world of construction, with the world of CMHC, and what this type of development means. I am concerned because I do believe that every neighborhood needs to evolve. I am part of that evolution of St. Vital as a young family raising kids who will hopefully go to Christian L'Esperance in South St. Vital and then CJS High School later on. What I also tend to understand is that some things, while fantastic in theory, do not necessarily work in actual fact. Something that I am concerned about is that we had a meeting with Brian Mays, who is our city councillor, because there's many of us on our street that wanted to really understand what was going on here. And some of the big concerns that came up for us were things like infrastructure. Our neighborhood is a 1960s neighborhood. My house was built in 1962. And there has been little to no work done on sewers, done on power, done on water supply. And if you think of my lot, single family house, there's 2 washrooms. We have a couple TVs. We have some power coming to our house. If that exponentially increases to 2 to 3 to 4 different units, how exactly is that going to impact our neighborhood and impact my neighbors? I think the last thing that our neighborhood wants to see is exactly the kind of sewer collapse and spillage into the Red River that happened this past year in Fort Richmond. One of the reasons that my husband and I bought our house in 2018 is we love the schools in our area. My husband is a French-speaking Manitoban. Our children are going to go to French schools. We have Marianne Gabory just down the street from us. Already packed and overflowing. No daycares in our area. The wait list, even because we had twins, we were told don't even bother applying because there are no seats. So bringing more people into this neighborhood, I don't understand how exactly, without any plans from my understanding through Brian Mays, to increase seats in schools, to do any renovations to elementary schools and or high schools, to build daycares in our area. How do you expect to increase the amount of residents in our area, marketing these units as affordable units to young families, which St. Vital is a great neighborhood to raise a young family, and that's exactly why we moved there. My husband grew up there, but if you are not going to increase the actual logistics of how this neighborhood is going to function with triple, quadruple the amount of people living there, I don't understand how anyone on the city council can say that that's a good idea. We have phenomenal tree coverage in our area. My neighbor has 6 large mature oaks. Now, to build a quadplex, for example, on his lot, you would have to cut down probably 4 of those 6 oaks. You would have to decrease the amount of lawn space. So I don't understand how in the document that was supplied, you can say that you're going to preserve green space. Yes, we are close to St. Vital Park. That is fantastic. One of the reasons we wanted to move there as well. We love going skating there in the winter, but that cannot be the only green space in the area if you're going to increase the amount of housing and decrease the amount of green space simply through having to remove them to build these units. So I would like to hear from other councillors other than Brian Mays, because I know that he has ideas. He has proponents like increasing the lot requirements to 66 feet, which I think makes way more sense. If you're going to build affordable and functional family units, you need bigger lot sizes. And something that also concerns us is that this actually doesn't improve any of the urban sprawl in our area. In things like Sage Creek, Bison Run, our city is expanding, our city is growing, and that's fantastic. We need to expand, we need to grow. Winnipeg is an amazing place to live. That's why we haven't moved when we had the opportunity. But that's not actually changing anything. What you're doing is forcing people
Carolyn,
who like family. Yes.
Carolyn, the time is up for your presentation.
Okay,
I will
fair
ask
enough.
if there's any
Very much.
questions. No questions today. Thank you for presenting.
Thank you for letting me in. Appreciate it.
Okay. That concludes our speakers for today, our presenters. Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, thank you, Madam Speaker. In just a second, I'll move to adjourn until tomorrow morning, June the 4th, 9:30. But before I do that, just on behalf of all council and our public service, want to thank all the delegates. I think we all agree, both those for information, opposed, and for, which thank everyone for their engagement. But I would move the matter then adjourned until tomorrow morning, June the 4th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, and Wyatt.
Meeting adjourned.